all a very warm welcome to the virtual presentation of the 13th edition of Realty Plus Conclave, Pune. With the past 2 years being of immense challenge and change in all segments of real estate, it is time we look forward to a brighter future and strive for innovation in our business practices, products, and sustainability of our cities. And to do so today, we bring together the eminent leaders of the Indian real estate for some knowledge-sharing discussions and deliberations. I'm Sapna Srivastava, editor Realty Plus, and let's begin the proceedings of the day with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
On that note of positivity, let's take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. We also take this opportunity to thank our organization for its support. Business media partner, BW Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and organized by Team Realty Plus. Let me also inform you all that the event is being live streamed right now on Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and Realty Plus Facebook and LinkedIn pages. Also, a very important announcement, the 13th edition of Realty Plus Excellence Awards Pune will be held on March 12. The nominations are still on, but only till March 2nd. So do nominate. We look forward to your participation. And now we proceed to the inaugural address of the day by Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. Known as India's media mogul, Dr. Anurag Batra is a serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. He's a first-generation entrepreneur, and after acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded it to BW Business World Media into digital events and BW communities. He's not able to join us live, but he has sent his message. Can we have the AV, please?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Reality Plus Pune edition of the Reality Plus Conclave and Awards. The last 2 years have been different, so we've done this virtually, hopefully looking back to the city of Pune and doing it physically. Real estate has recovered from the pandemic. The residential demand is going up, especially in cities like Pune, because actual buyers are buying it. Millennials who now understand the value of having their own space, their own home, are buying homes. Also, they've saved a lot, so they have money to invest. Also, companies who have got used to the hybrid mode or the virtual mode are realizing that they can get a lot more if they met physically. So the office spaces are coming back. So clearly, e-commerce is driving the warehousing domain. So if we look at residential is growing, office spaces are growing, warehousing is growing, and retail is again coming back in a big way, because the experience of shopping, the experience of retail will never go away. So it's not an either or. I think the next 2-3 years for real estate industry will be fantastic. Pune has recovered very well. I think Pune will be the first to recover. I would say that Pune is a city which has its own character. It has a large student population. It has a large working class population. It is only going to grow as IT, ITS and technology-based companies will grow. So Pune real estate market will grow from where it is. Yes, the last few years have seen boys being separated from men, so to say, the performers being separated from non-performers. So real estate has seen a shakeout in the last 3-4 years, post-RERA and post-pandemic. I think we are moving into the golden period of real estate in Pune. So I wish all of you success. I wish all of you a great day of learning, and congratulations to everyone, the real estate stalwarts of Pune who are getting recognized today. Thank you. God bless you.
Thanks, Dr. Batra, for sharing those positive sentiments about the industry and for your best wishes. Dear friends, on that note, let me tell you, Realty Plus started with its Pune edition of Knowledge Conclave and Awards 13 years back in 2009, realizing the potential of the city and its still budding real estate. We have seen the growth and changes of Pune Realty and how the market players have kept in sync with the transformations over the years. In fact, Pune is among the few cities in India that have accelerated steadily in its economic growth as well as real estate. Being one of the first cities to be in 100 smart cities declared by the Government of India, the development of the city is quite promising. Yet the challenges remain. Though we are still not out of the pandemic, but the residential real estate segment has gained significant momentum in Pune, especially. Industry reports indicate new launches surged by almost 50% and inventory dropped to a 7-year low in 2021 in Pune. But going forward, are we going to see oversupply in certain segments and price rise that may pose a challenge? What have been the budget implications and the new sales and finance strategies for the realty developers? These are some of the topics that we will be discussing in the sessions today. But let's begin this conclave in just a short while our speakers are joining. Let's have a AV while we bring our speakers on the screen. We also have our speakers of the day welcoming you all. So let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Anuj Dhodi, City Head and Head of Advisory and Transactions, Pune at CBRE. I'm delighted to be part of the 13th Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2022 Pune. This unique platform is bringing together leaders of real estate sector to discuss and deliberate on the Pune real estate market. I'll be sharing insights into the housing segment, emerging trends and future outlook. Don't forget to register for the 13th Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2022 scheduled on 26th February. I look forward to seeing you.
Thank you Reality Plus for this amazing opportunity to discuss this so very important topic, which is the budget and its impact on real estate. I think the Finance Minister gave an amazing budget, especially with a GDP growth forecast of 9.2% this year, which is great. Secondly, the rate of interest have not changed, so affordable housing will remain in picture. We as it is see a lot of home sales happening, and this remains a sustainable trend for the next 4-5 years. This Pune edition of Reality Plus seems to be a very well-lit program that you guys have done, and with the eminent panelists that are going to discuss the impact of budget on real estate, I look forward to this interesting session. Thank you so much. I would request everybody to click on the link below and register yourselves for this event that Reality Plus is doing on the Pune real estate market.
Hi, I'm Praveen Apte, Managing Director, Pune Savills India. I'm pleased to share that I'll be part of the 13th Reality Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2022 for Pune. I'll be there as a moderator for an enriching discussion on how the reality sales outlook can be improved, how we build strategies, and how we define things that will drive the real estate growth in Pune city. I'll be joined by eminent experts and industry leaders on this discussion. Please register and be part of this enriching discussion. Thank you.
Well, so that was some of our speakers who gave us the gist of what lies ahead and what we are planning to talk about. So welcome back to the virtual presentation of the 13th edition of Realty Plus Conclave Pune. Our speakers are joining in now. Once again, let me inform you all the sessions are live right now on Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and Realty Plus Facebook and LinkedIn pages. Also, the important announcement, let me again inform you all, the 13th edition of Realty Plus Excellence Awards Pune will be held on March 12. The nominations are still on only till March 2nd. So do nominate, and we look forward to your participation in these awards. So friends, let's begin the Realty Plus e-conclave with the first session of the day on the topic, some hits, some misses, budget impact on real estate. And these are our eminent panel member. Let me introduce our speakers of the session. The session will be chaired by Shobhit Agarwal, MD and CEO, Anarok Capital. Shobhit is a visionary entrepreneur with professional excellence and experience of over 20 years in real estate investments. At Anarok Capital, Shobhit steers the strategic direction through the various investment verticals. His in-depth knowledge about the sector and deep-rooted relationship with developers and capital providers have resulted in multi-billion-dollar deals. Introducing our speakers in an alphabetical order, let me welcome Mr. Abhishek Sharma, Partner, Co-Head Real Estate, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Abhishek has over 18 years of experience and specializes in commercial, retail, industrial, and residential real estate transactions across India. He advises various domestic and international clients such as corporate houses, developers, real estate funds, high net worth individuals on various aspects of real estate, including in relation to factory land, special townships, information technology parks, special economic zones, malls, agricultural lands, residential and commercial buildings, etc. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Ambar Maheshwari, CEO, India Bulls Asset Management. Mr. Ambar Maheshwari looks after the private equity business with focus on real estate. A chartered accountant, Ambar brings with him substantial deal-making and structuring experience in the real estate sector. With an overall experience of over 20 years in India and Australia, Ambar has been focusing on the real estate sector for more than 10 years now. Our next panel member, let me introduce Mr. Amit Bhagat, CEO and MD, Ask Property Investment Advisors Private Limited. Amit Bhagat joined Ask in 2008 and co-founded the real estate fund practice of the group. He manages and advises over 50 billion rupees of real estate investments. He was the national credit head for the mortgage division of ICICI Bank and also headed ICICI Property Services. He's a chartered accountant and has over 27 years of experience in mortgage finance and financial services. Our next panel member is Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, CEO, Residential Bharti Urban and a best-selling author. Ashwinder is a real estate finance developer, developer funding and banking professional. He has helped several organizations achieve market commanding positions, including JLL Residential, Anurag Properties, where he served as CEO for both India and UAE, and Bajaj Housing Finance Limited, where he was the group business head for the country, heading multiple mortgage businesses ranging from construction finance, inventory funding, and home loans. In his early years, he served many senior executive roles in banking with Citibank, ICICI Bank, and Deutsche Bank. Our next and final member, I introduce Mr. Neeraj Bansal, partner and CEO, India Global, KPMG in India. Neeraj Bansal is a senior partner with over 23 years of professional experience. He holds a strong relationship with member firms across ASEAN, HK, and Taiwan, with a focus on growing inbound and outbound business operations, and has played the role of market maker through collaboration with ASEAN and HK member firms. He has extensive experience serving global clients in the IT BPM and service industry, delivering broad range of solutions addressing various risks and scalability requirements. So this is our eminent panel. And now let me hand it over to our moderator of the session, Mr. Shoaib Agarwal.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank, first of all, Realty Conclave for organizing this, and all our fellow members on the dais for taking off time on Saturday afternoon to be with us. Looks like, Amber, you are in a nice place. I hope it's not just a picture in the background.
It's a picture in the background, I'm afraid.
I thought so. I thought there's an illusion saying you're sitting in the Himalayas, but nonetheless, thank you everybody for joining this. Our session today is about the impact on the impact of budget on real estate. We couldn't have chosen a better panel than this. We've got experts on residential real estate, commercial, Ashwinder, who's done mortgages. We've got people from finance and legal background. So it's a very, very rounded panel. We'll try and speak for about 40 minutes and try and extract the best out of you guys for our audience today. So let me just start. I think it's a panel is slightly late for budget impact, but nonetheless, let me just get to hits and misses. What have been the top 3 hits and misses? Let's try and reason that out for Union Budget 2022-23. And I'd like to start with Amit. You're heavily invested in residential through and through. This is both on debt and equity. You see these projects all the way. What were some of your wish list? And some of those got addressed, some haven't. So can you start with top 3 hits and top 3 misses?
Thank you, Shobit, for inviting us to this panel. But I'll start with the wish list. But there's a very good saying by George Bernard Shaw: "Wishes were horses, beggars would ride." So with that,
A perfect start for the day. So yeah, let's get to the horses first.
So I think we all wanted more tax benefit for the end users. We wanted that negative arbitrage, which was a second home benefit tax, to come back. We wanted input tax credit because the cost of materials have gone up. But having said that, I think if you look at the budget has focused not on any short term, because whenever short term benefits are given by the budget, it tends to become a norm, and then withdrawal of that becomes challenge. So government has very clearly focused on that for the first time home buyer, there are enough tax benefits for the affordable segment or lower mid segment. And they don't want to cater to the luxury and the upper mid segment. They have focused completely on infrastructure, which creates a sustainable housing real estate demand. Because if you look at when our new cities were created, so I only remember one city, which is Noida and Greater Noida, and Yamuna Expressway will take another 10 years and it is in construction for the last 10 years. Hyderabad is one which has shown exemplary infrastructure for others to follow. And similarly, Navi Mumbai has started with the airport announcement and various infrastructure efforts. So I guess if government focuses only on infrastructure, they will create sustainable real estate demand for all times to come with job creation. So the government has focused on giving infrastructure status to data centers, energy storage. SEZ Act is will be rewritten, which is the need of the hour, but they have not gone on any quick fixes. As an industry, we all expected that there will be some quick fixes.
Thank you. You brought up quite interesting subjects on sustainable development and led through infra, and then tax benefit for end users, tax credit inputs. I'm going to move to Ashwinder. Ashwinder, when you can also add to what Amit just said. But one quick question: Union budget this time allocated 48,000 crores for PMAY. With a very large focus, and it's been a consistent focus for the government to talk about affordable housing at the real bottom of the pyramid. But from a developer perspective, the only thing that seems to be growing is mid-market, and I'll quantify that. That's between 80 lakhs to 1.5 crores. So over 60% of all new supply is actually in that price range. So what do you feel about this, right? Is this sufficient? Is this going to be taken care of? And how does the government help in refocusing the developer to do the real PMAY sort of stuff? They have really got big allocations for it. So you have been part of a developer outfit. So the question is to you.
Shobit, it's a very thoughtful question. Yes, what has happened in the last couple of years is that the budget range has been 80 lakhs to 1.5 crore because somewhere, that extra room is costing that extra amount. And but this does not affect the large population that finds this budget range out of question and consideration. 96% is low income group, which will account for affordable housing. The target audience of affordable segment, according to me, are many employed in the MSME sector, which is the largest in India, which has got the most severely impacted during the COVID. And they are taking time to kind of come out of it because, MSME was where the salaries got stopped. It was not the large global firms, tech firms, or larger companies in the top 7-8 cities that were getting impacted, but the MSMEs got impacted, their cash flows got impacted, salaries were stopped. So this segment got a hit. So somewhere I feel that when we say the demand is there for 80 to 150 is because that segment did not get impacted in COVID. The segment that actually got impacted in COVID was that employee of an MSME, which is a very large segment. So demand of affordable homes has not disappeared. I think, buyers seem to have gone into a wait mode for time being. Affordable housing demand is going to come back, and this is where the maximum demand is, and that is where India lies. The country has a massive housing shortage. There is a requirement of 20 million in urban and 10 million in the rural sector by 2025. I guess now with the pandemic becoming an endemic, we will see the affordable demand coming up. There is a 48,000 crore allocation, as you rightly said, which is there. Government wants this segment to start doing some stuff. Developers also have to do some stuff. Yes, they are moving out from the CBD. There is a blur between cities like Pune and Bombay. If not, it is soon going to be. So this is where we will see affordable segment coming in, and I feel the demand is going to be back sooner than later.
Thank you, Ashwinder. You are saying that the demand is intact, but because it got deferred, the developers also refocused on the mid-market.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to link the two, Ashwinder, you talking about demand and Amit talking about sustainable development. And he also touched very briefly on infra, right? In my view, if there's inadequate infrastructure, and I think he alluded to it saying Hyderabad is ahead of the curve, Ahmedabad is ahead of the curve, and many other cities want to just catch up, Noida and Greater Noida. So I think the government this time focused very heavily on infrastructure growth. They spoke about Gati Shakti program, the expansion of road, railways, ports, multimodal, all of you. So Neeraj, what's your view on how this is going to impact general real estate, or is it only going to impact the warehousing and the logistics sectors, which seems to be the flavor of the day within the subsector of real estate, right? Saying it seems to be growing. So what is the direct impact of infrastructure and infrastructure spend by the government?
Thanks, Shobit, for that. And rightly, Amit pointed out that the infrastructure spend will bring about sustainable demand, and also create much larger demand as well. So the PM Gati Shakti plan, as you also said, is a very holistic view that has been taken towards both kind of creating the economic growth and also sustainable development around it, because the focus is on the 7 engines as it was set out as well, in terms of roads, railways, ports, mass transport, waterways, and logistics infrastructure as well. So when the focus is on the roads and railways, it will also help us to improve the multimodal connectivity as well. And the announcement was also on the multimodal logistics parks over there. So while it has certainly a strong impact on the logistics and infrastructure industry, but there would be benefits in terms of the manufacturing industry. And then related to that, the commercial real estate demand certainly gets influenced by increase in economic activity and the manufacturing activity over there. And all of us know that our logistics cost has been a very high logistics cost compared to the global averages around it. So while the sector is contributing almost 14.4%, but to the GDP, but in terms of the cost that is there, it's about 14% compared to a global average of 8% over there. And there've been several studies which has happened, and one of the economic survey also pointed out 2-3 years back, in terms of saying that of a 10% decrease in the logistics cost would lead to a export growth of about 5 to 8% over there. So the Gati Shakti plan in this context has a significant potential to positively impact the logistics, manufacturing, and also the commercial real estate over there, because the focus is to kind of expand it by 25,000 kilometers over there, which will connect the manufacturing hubs to the remotest parts of the country there. So we'll see a lot more connectivity, a lot more flow of goods around it at a much faster speed, lower cost over there. And as you kind of connect this with the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, you'll see a lot more demand on the warehousing and logistics aspect of it as well, because I think from a capital perspective, there is no dearth of capital. There's almost more than $5 billion which can be invested in the the warehousing industrial space, and the grade A warehousing, we'll see more coming up as well once the connectivity is established under this program over there. And the Gati Shakti plan is a very comprehensive plan which has been thought out as well. So while I spoke about roads, given the time that we'll have, but certainly there is a focus on railways, ports, and the multimodal logistics parks as well there. So all in all, this is a fundamental change will be brought about to the way the logistics sector is perceived around it, once the the execution is also done around it there. So the hope is that the execution speed matches the investment which has been earmarked for this as well.
Thank you, Neeraj. Very interesting. I didn't know that statistics saying if 10% cost is reduced, exports will go up disproportionately. I just wanted to finish the connection between infra and real estate, and I'll bring in my friend here, Amber. Amber, my general view is that moment you build out good infra, it actually inversely impacts real estate prices, right? So wherever there is surplus infra, and I'm going to use this example saying Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Greater Noida, and Noida, where they have laid out road infra and all other things, actually the real estate cost is quite in control. And the opposite narration to that is Mumbai, where you find that this is clearly an infra constraint, and therefore you have disproportionately high costs. So I want to check with you whether you agree, and then whatever Neeraj has laid out saying government is going to put in so much infra, what is it going to do to real estate, both resi, office, and maybe you can talk about warehousing as well.
Yeah, no, thanks, Shobit. Absolutely agree. The prices are inversely impacted because of very good infrastructure if it comes about in a particular city. We've seen enough and more examples. You laid out a few examples of those as well. And that might not be a bad thing, given the kind of demand and where the demand is for housing. I've always maintained real estate, you need to look at from two perspectives. It's not just an investment asset class, it's a consumption asset class as well. And therefore, from a consumption standpoint, if the prices remain in check, it's a great thing for real estate, right? Also, and this is again age-old wisdom, real estate grows on the back of the growth in the economy of various other sectors. And if infrastructure is laid out, if there is capital expenditure that the government is doing, which will lead to crowding in of private investment cycle as well, job creation, employment creation, and all of those things will lead to demand for residential, for commercial, logistics, where all kinds of sectors, right? For the last 20 odd years, we've seen, the largest demand coming from IT sector, whether it is employment that is created in the IT sector. And because of that, the residential demand that comes through, obviously commercial is very, very directly proportional to how an industry grows. But residential demand also comes along, the number of people that IT sector employs, if the industry grows, the promotions happen quicker, the disposable incomes of employees in the IT sector goes up. And therefore, these are the guys who are buying all of these houses, right? We need new industries to come up in India, which can employ a sizable number of people, if not more than the IT sector currently does. And I think, infrastructure is one thing which certainly will help in, like I said, crowding in the private sector investment cycle, which will create employment opportunities. But what this budget has also done outside of infrastructure is lay down the building blocks for a lot of new age sectors. So whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it is renewables, whether it is genomics, semiconductors, drones, all of those are sectors which will create employment opportunities and will attract private investment. And that will lead to a huge amount of residential demand. Again, like I said, residential demand and office demand grows on the back of other sectors. If banking is doing well, if IT is doing well, commercial office and residential real estate will do well as well. So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. So you're clearly saying that it's real estate is a byproduct of economy. If economy does well, both on the office side as well as manufacturing, it will fuel growth or holistic growth. I'm going to move to Abhishek. Abhishek has been sitting quietly. I think Amit brought up this point, and I'm just going to narrate it, saying one thing that's very certain in going forward from here is that all costs are going up, especially the input cost on material, whether it's cement, steel, labor, health, everything has to be looked after. And of course, there's also an incremental layer of compliance. with RERA, GST, etc. So there's direct material input cost. There is also a cost attached to compliance, and then therefore GST, right? I don't know for what reason, but it's probably perhaps the only sector where GST input cost is disallowed. A, is it healthy? And B, do you think the government will reconsider bringing the GST as an input cost and making it a pass through? Because I thought that is the essence of that tax. GST is supposed to monitor till the end. Suddenly you've broken the chain in real estate, which is one of the largest sort of pillars of economy, and I don't understand why it was done. And then I want to ask you, given your sort of practice, do you think this is going to be allowed again?
Sure. Thank you, Shobit, for the question. Very important question for the industry. The number of deals where what we are doing for the last 2 years, since 2019, GST has been an issue because of disallowance of ITC. Now, if you look at various issues which the government was considering in 2019 before disallowing, because it was allowed, ITC was allowed prior to April 2019. Now, what we find is very interestingly, there were certain malpractices where the developers were not passing on the benefit of the ITC to the end user. That was the biggest issue. You saw many anti-profiteering matters going in various forums. I think what government has, the reason why ITC was disallowed, because they did not have sufficient trust in the industry that the end user will get benefit of the ITC. Of course, things have changed. Things have changed across the nation because of RERA, because of IBC. There is a lot of transparency. People are getting PE funds in large developers. So therefore, there are a lot of checks and balances. I think this is a time where the government should consider bringing in ITC. But honestly, my view is it will be challenging. This is a long-standing ask of the industry. They reduced the rate, but they did not get in ITC. They reduced the rate from 12 to 5%, from 8% to 1%. I think it will be slightly difficult for the government at this moment. Of course, the agenda is not placed and available in the in public domain of the GST Council. But I think it will be challenging. If it is given, I think it will be a blessing for the industry, especially in these times where cost is very high. And I think where the government can actually help is where they can actually reduce the GST on raw materials like cement, whether it is 28%, steel, it is 18%. I think even if that relief is given, it will be a big relief to the industry. So I think GST is a pain point. And of course, there are GST on FSI trading, TDR trading. I think government can look at reducing those rates or waiving out for some time. So I think GST relief is required at this moment to support the industry.
I can almost see Ashwinder is itching to say something. You want to add something, Ashwinder? And please feel free to raise your hand if you want to add. But I can almost see him speaking out.
So what Abhishek is saying, with the elections going on and the oil prices where they are and where they are going to be after the elections are going to be over, we see a 8 to 10 rupee increase coming in the oil prices. I don't think we are in any. As Abhishek himself is saying, it is going to be challenging. And Shobit, I myself could not understand why this input credit was taken away. But all of these things are taking us back to where we always were as an industry, as a fraternity, that the industry has actually never got well represented, or maybe the government looks at the industry in a very, very, very different and a myopic way. And that is where all of us actually end up thinking, why is what is happening around? Even if you look at the loss on home loan, which Amit started with, for the tax rebates that you want to give to the home buyer, why would you not give a tax rebate to the home buyer which was already there? So you're right, you just can't understand why all of this is happening.
So you're saying there is general trust deficiency.
Yes,
and,
there is something which I think there is a lobby which feels that this industry kind of makes money in multiple ways, and even if you don't give them this option, they will see. Obviously, this is the most resilient industry. If you look around, despite developers going through all the hell, and you have dealt with so many large developers, Amber is there, Neeraj, Amit, everyone. This is the most resilient sector. Barring a few names, nobody has been bogged down, and they are all up and about trying to figure out how to do business. So, sometimes your strength becomes a weakness at a larger level.
Yeah,
I just want to
bring Amber. Yeah.
Just
I was going to bring you in, so please go ahead.
So I thought, both of you said, I don't know why the input credit was taken away. As far as I recall, and I could be wrong, it's just something that I'm remembering now. I think we as an industry went to the government and said, give us a concessional rate of GST, and we will forego the ITC.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I didn't mean that I was not aware, but it did break the chain at that point, and it was the industry ask. So our real estate represented saying we want to simplify. Abhishek also sort of alluded saying it kind of took away a little bit of compliance from both sides. But over to Abhishek, he wants to add something.
Interestingly, Amber, you have a very valid point, and now the ask of the industry is you increase the rate of GST to 12% from 5%,
and give us
ITC. So I think
because the overall cost on tax, because of tax, if you look at the way that cost sheets are, and if you just look at it, they have figured out that the cost has just increased because of the revision of the way we are looking at everything. So tax has now become a cost. Earlier it wasn't, it was neutral.
So I think it's a representation issue. It's not a...
Maybe fortunately there are no developers on this call, so I can say it's not about representation; it's about understanding, right?
Yeah, so I think representations have gone. Representations have gone.
You shot yourself in your foot, so that's fine.
Yes,
now we have to reverse
absolutely.
it. But Neeraj brought about another point, which I do want you and Amit to talk about, Amber and Amit, saying that there is a role of private equity beyond just providing money. And Abhishek clearly mentioned saying checks and balances. He didn't elaborate on it. How are you finding? Is that really tough? And people who've been through a private equity phase, either through you or Amit or anybody, is there a change in the developer and the way he operates after you guys have invested? It's very critical, according to me. Saying, is it permanent or is it only that one project he does an oversight, but everything else is still the same, right? So is there a behavior change in the developer?
So I don't know what Amit's view on this is, but I think it's a very project specific thing, Shobit. If you're monitored, you're doing what you're required to do. If you're not monitored, you're not. The developers even today, of course, barring the top 10, top 15.
Yeah, wherever corporate governance is in place, that's not a problem. It's really where you're trying to bring it up, right? So you're saying it's not a permanent change. It's not a permanent change.
I don't think it's a permanent change. Till the time the industry is going to remain unorganized, till the time, you really don't need a qualification or a or a certification to become a real estate developer. The RERA that has come about regulates real estate projects, but it does not, regulate anything else. A variety of other things have to be regulated by RERA only. Then will these things change? I think also it's more a timing issue in my mind. So these are things which typically take some time to bring the behavioral change that we talk about. Indian corporate sector took 3-4 decades for this change to come about. It was only when the new age Infosys and Wipros and TCSs of the world came about on the scene that corporate governance became the buzzword. Prior to late 90s, it was all free for all.
Well, NSC is trying, and NSC is still trying to defy the corporate governance. So let us not be so sure about others and kind of be harsh to ourselves.
Absolutely. But you are saying that change is slow, but it's inevitable. Amit, you've invested in over 50 projects, perhaps even many more, and successfully exited. You've done repeat business with developers. What's your view in terms of upping the corporate governance and therefore overall improvement? So it's not just you providing money to the developer, right? You're also bringing checks and balances, as I repeated saying it. Is that correct?
I think you're right, Shobit, because if you look at listed developers or foreign institutional investors invest with them without any control, and they expect performance with governance. So I guess we can't paint the entire industry with the same brush. We have certain corporate developers also which are unlisted as partners. Governance is a question of the value system and the intent and the capability. But having said that, you will find partners when the going is good, governance is good. When the going is not good, the governance is not good. So
okay, two sides of the coin.
You have to protect your own money. You have to find ways to do it. But yes, it will change. And I think Amber has rightly pointed out, it is going to take because undercapitalized sector, complete nexus, still cash handling issues. There are too many issues. And if you really want to bring governance, the only solution is bring a world-class infrastructure. Prices will remain muted. It will become an FMCG or a consumption product, and prices will remain, and then all this nexus will go away. That's the only way to do it. Increase production. When Maruti was launched, sorry, I'm intervening. When Maruti was launched, there was a premium of 50,000 or a lakh of rupees on a product which was 1 lakh rupees. And so when the supply increased, what happened? You have to serve the customer, and customer is king. We have still not accepted that the customer is king. Look at the advantages of our residential sector. Foreign investors are not allowed, unlike in Dubai and London and New York, various other markets where foreign investors are driving the real estate demand of that particular city or country. You have no tax benefit for second home. The first home benefit is also muted for an affordable housing, right? You have GST and stamp duty, both. So it is a negative NAV on day one. Your rental yields are 2. Your cost of fund is 6.7. Your mortgage to GDP is the lowest in the world. And you are only user-driven market. So we have long, when the wealth will be created, will grow at 7%. Demand is going to be very consistent. We need to change ourselves as an industry.
Amit, you've almost brought out everything that's negative about the market, but I'm going to move to something more positive. And our topic today was discussion on budget. I think one of the critical points there was one nation, one registration software. Abhishek, what's your view? Saying, is this going to disrupt anywhere registration of deeds and documents? I mean, today also we all have to stand in queues in really bad environments and trying to register our docs, and so inconvenient. So how is this going to disrupt real estate sector?
So Shobit, very important question, and I think it will bring about a big positive change in the way people actually do business. I mean, or home buyers or large corporate houses or a developer. I think it is time that we go completely electronic, where in fact Maharashtra actually came up with a circular in April 2020, where a developer actually could do bulk registration in their offices. So we have seen a precedent, and it can happen. The only challenge what I see is there may be certain politics around that. Some states may feel threatened that there is a bulk of revenue. Again, registration charges are high in certain states. In Maharashtra, of course, they're nominal, they're 30,000, but you have some states where the registration charges are as high as 4%. And it's a big revenue for the state. So there are a lot of concerns. Few of the states have expressed that this will take away their revenues. And again, the experience with the GST, some accusing some states, alleging that they've not been getting their GST compensation. So I think those discussions are important. Intent is good. It's required for people like us and for large corporate houses, because you know how much time it takes for registration and for evaluating stamp duty. The entire process will get really narrowed down. So it's required for the industry, but there will be a lot of dynamics which the central government will have to take care of while actually implementing this policy.
So you're saying overall very positive, very, very good initiative, but difficult to execute. And like many other policies, if executed well, it'll bring about a positive change.
Absolutely.
Speaking on tax and government announcements, I'm going to come to you, Neeraj. There was an anticipation that the long-term capital gain on REIT units, which are to be held for 3 years, will be now brought down to 1 year. It was a it was as if we were all looking at the government saying it's going to come in this budget. But naturally, it's not happened. Do you think it's a good idea, and will the government listen to this?
No, sure. So in terms of the reduction in like the holding period for REIT units, from 3 to 1 would have certainly helped, from the point of view of the cost of transaction with respect to the capital gains tax, and also increase the capital churn as well, for the retail investors, and brought it at par, with the other listed shares also, as we have, for the listed companies. But this certainly has not happened. This would have, was something which was being looked at, and if would have happened, it would have helped us in kind of increasing the retail participation also, because REITs as an instrument, I mean, it's an attractive investment, area. During the pandemic also, we've seen that, it has been resilient, and in terms of, the fact that it's one of the avenues for stable cash flow, and optimizes the risk as well. And the fact that we've got 3 successful REITs that have happened in the country, and the participation in them, has been increasing in that. So from a outlook perspective, although it remains very strong, and but for certainly it has not happened this year, and as was the case for a few other areas as well. But I think from an overall perspective, like what we were discussing earlier also, that demand side is not what the government has addressed, in this budget. Given that the sector was having certain amount of momentum right now, and in terms of the thrust has been more on the capex side, there. So one would expect and hope, that the industry and we, as participant, we kind of represent this even more strongly, and hope that, because the government does make changes during the year also. I mean, the current government has made this a practice that they don't wait for the budget only to kind of make the changes possible. So I would not say that we have to wait for the entire year, but we're hopeful that, that the efforts on, representation increase, and this may be possible in near future. That's what you can expect.
Good. Thanks, Neeraj. I'm just going to do, we've spoken a lot on Resi, and before we go back, one question on SEZs. There was an announcement in the union budget saying we will rewrite the laws of SEZs to promote exports. I mean, the government did want these SEZs to flourish and continue to flourish. They were flourishing. They wanted to continue. And one of the things that we were anticipating is they'll say rupee transactions are going to be allowed rather than just doing dollar denominated transactions. Is that correct? Is that change going to come in? Because they haven't really given out what are the changes they're going to do. So what are the top 1 or 2 changes that you expect in the SEZ law? And maybe Abhishek, you can answer it after Neeraj.
No, so from SEZ perspective, we've not seen the takeoff on SEZs, in the manner in which was envisaged. I think the scheme did came up in a very big fanfare around it, but we've seen rollback, on several SEZs around it, re-notification of the SEZs as well. So right now at least the changes are not clear in terms of what change would happen, but I think the industry has represented enough that this scheme needs to have a relook on it, and there is some percentage of the work which can happen in the domestic side of it also would be a welcome step in that. But currently, of course, the changes are not clear. So one would hope that they do happen quicker, and also which are beneficial for the overall industry there.
Thank you, Abhishek. You want to add something?
Yeah. So Shobit, of course, nobody can guess what the law would look like. As a lawyer, it will be an interesting thing. The new law gives a lot of business to lawyers. So we are looking, of course, for a new law. Of course, business-wise, it is important. And I've seen a lot of SEZ have still not been able to utilize their lands. They're also not going for denotifications of the land. So I think the government is aware that there's a lot of land which is locked in SEZ because of various disincentives on the tax part, which is not available to developers. And I think there was a sunset clause which has taken away the benefits for various units which were there. And the government understands that these incentives which were available, which have now ceased to exist, they need to come back. So I think I'm looking forward for a positive legislation which will address various issues of the industry, especially in the tax part.
So you're sort of saying that the scheme was good, government is conscious, and therefore they will bring about hopefully positive changes, because that's the demand from the industry. Absolutely. And also from the sector. So good. Sounds like the budget is heading in the right direction. Hopefully maybe like Neeraj said, some things may be announced outside the budget. So let's go there. Let's jump back to Rezi. And this is a question to Amit and maybe Ashwinder and Amber, you can join in. There was also a very large discussion around government's agenda saying housing for all. But perhaps what they've now started to think about and realize that housing for all does not mean that everybody needs to buy a house. And therefore, there was a whole conversation about build to lease, just the way you do for offices, saying you build to rent, right? And there was laws that were going to come about trying to make it sort of safer for the landowners to lease this, operate it, and legislate, especially for the bottom tier of the market, right? So Amit, what's your view on this? That just like the global trend, are we going to start bringing in single unit homes, multi-unit families and all of that? It's established concept globally, but in India we don't do it. So what's your view?
I think we need that both in industrial housing and also in mid-segment. The biggest impediment is the gap between the interest cost and the yield today. So how will it make, in commercial properties, the cost of fund and the rental yield, there is a positive arbitrage. In residential, the cost of fund is 6.7 and the rental yield is 2%. The solution to that is only bringing in a world-class sustainable infrastructure where supply increases. So the prices remain muted. Because, sorry.
You are saying supply holds the key to unlocking this, and at a large scale. It's not, but who's going to do it? Because if it's not that profitable, like you mentioned, why should developers jump into it? So is it the government that has to build it? Who has to build it?
So either the adequate tax incentives have to come in, or under the public-private partnership, certain land which are owned by government has to be unlocked, where private players have to be invited. But then, you are actually giving an arbitrage, and no arbitrage is sustainable for life. So I guess the only way is to bring in more supply and give tax incentives for someone who's doing it. Then it becomes, otherwise economically, it's not viable to do it. See, if I build a rental housing 30 or 40 kilometers away from the city, which is not walk to work, it is not serving any purpose. So one, it has to be walk to work, so established suburbs or industrial townships, where the land has to be either made available under public-private partnership backed with tax incentives. Otherwise, the overall supply has to go up, and probably 20 years down the line, you will have a situation where everyone will start doing rental housing because the cost of fund and the rental housing, there'll be a positive arbitrage. Otherwise, I don't see it happening.
Ashwinder, you are on both sides. You've seen the developer side, the services side, also on the mortgage. What's your view? What's the right balance for rental housing?
I am not in favor of prices remaining muted. Real estate is an asset class. Real estate has always been an investment asset class. When you profile a customer, you look at how much gold he has, how much debt he has, how much equity he has, how much real estate he has, how much crypto he has these days, and maybe derivatives, etc. I don't think it is good for an industry that the prices remain muted just because we want to attain some larger, objectives. You look at San Francisco, you look at Canada, prices are doubling in 2 to 3 years of real estate. And that is where most of the investment is coming in. So I have a very strong view on that prices should not be, because finally, it has to be a capitalistic driven environment. On this particular thing, I feel we need low cost of funds to simplify the conversation. We need anybody who has a cost of fund of 2% to come in India, create strong, ease of doing business by the government, unlock the land by the government. There is a public-private partnership that happens. Automatically, your residential yields will go up from in Bangalore, for example, Shobit, the residential yield is 3 to 4%. It is nowhere near 2%. Across all good properties, the rental yield is anything between 3 to 4%. Mumbai, it is not 2%, it is definitely 3% or a little around that. So the moment we get rental housing funded by institutions, which might be an RDA or a Mubadala or a Singapore government. And we will have to figure out a way to attract capital and create an ease of doing business for this new asset class within real estate. Your yields will definitely go up to 4 to 5%. That is what happens in Dubai. How did Dubai have a 4 to 5 to even 6% of residential yield? It did not happen overnight. In 1980s, 1985, 90, the yield was 2, 2.5, 3%. So it is a supply demand thing. It is quality that you have to give. You will have to give cheaper capital. Matlab, it is a very simple conversation. You need to get cheaper capital from somebody where capital is not a constraint, which are all these sovereign funds where government will have to partner with somebody private in India, get them to get into this area, unlock the land, and figure out a way where people make money. Because if you don't want people to make money, then, you know, we are a socialistic economy and we want prices to remain muted. Then I don't know, we want higher salaries, but we want the prices to remain muted so that everything else remains great. So I have a very different view on this.
No, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
So you're right. I'm in your camp saying let the prices be determined by the market.
Yes.
And
yes.
Businessmen are here to make profit. And you do businesses because you want to make profit. Yeah, reasonable profits. Let me not put it disproportionately. But Amber, just bringing you in, saying we saw the Swami Fund being set up 1 year ago. It has started to impact the market. It's unclogging the stuck projects. Government was very sensible in terms of pricing it. So they've done 12% pricing. Can you, or do you think, are you in agreement with Ashwinder and Amit? And do you think there is a mechanism by which a social impact fund can be set up around rental housing so that maybe some piece of interest or income tax or any other government benefit can come to the sector to kickstart this? It may not be sustainable, but at least to kickstart it until it grows on its own 2 feet, and then maybe, you know, somebody will take it up. But I think the issue is the initial sort of start that is required in this sector. What's your view?
Yeah, so I'm afraid I do not agree with Ashwinder. I agree with Amit, that, so while I agree with Ashwinder that the market should decide the pricing and so forth, and the market has been deciding the pricing, right? Price, I'll just spend 30 seconds on price. Price is a function of demand and supply. If you look at the last 10 years demand for residential real estate, top 6 cities, right, from 5 lakh units in 2010-11 to 2.5 lakh units pre-pandemic, or less than 2.5 lakh units in 2019. So there was no demand, and which is the reason why the pricing has remained where it has remained. Personal view, pricing in India for residential real estate is already very, very high. I don't think it should be higher than where it is. I mean, if you look at the median, and mind you, when we talk about India, it's very difficult to talk about averages, but for the lack of better yardstick for measuring it. I mean, if your per capita income is $2,000, which by the way did go down pre-pandemic as well, right? And during the pandemic also, the kind of housing values that we're talking about, and when the government talks about affordable housing and definition of affordable housing, 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs and so forth. So in these top 6 cities, we find it very, very weird and very, very distinct. But, end of the day, per capita income of India is $2,000. Okay. Because of the negative arbitrage between rental and mortgage rates. And one of the key reasons for that negative arbitrage is the denominator effect, is the house prices. If the pricing in Mumbai, housing pricing in Mumbai goes down by 50%, Ashwinder, your rental yield will become 6%. And suddenly now you're talking about a parity between rental yields and mortgage rates. From a rental housing standpoint, I don't see it happening in a public-private partnership or a private initiative entirely. This is a lot of governments in a lot of countries have done government housing. Singapore does it, Mexico does it, Brazil does it. This is a subsidized housing for urban poor, for migrant laborers and so on and so forth. The government will have to unlock their own land, build on their own. I mean, obviously, private contractors and construction contractors could come in. And as you have various schemes like a Manrega or, all of those, in a similar fashion, you will have a scheme which will allow migrant workers to live for rent in these social projects, social housing, government housing projects. That is the only way to do this. I don't see this changing in the next decade to 15 years. This equation that we find ourselves in at this point in time. Pricing is determined by the market, and it is too high, in my opinion.
So you're saying somebody has to bring about the balance. Currently, it is one-sided, and therefore there is a constraint.
Shobhit, I just have one question for you, because you work in the capital markets quite aggressively, and it is from a residential.
I thought you're not allowed to ask questions to moderator. That's my job.
Just from a residential perspective, because you asked that question. What is your view of institutional money and global institutional money like the BlackRocks and Brookfields and the Asendas? Similar money coming into the residential sector, or such institutions setting up shop in India?
So my sense is that the coming decade is for residential in India. It's already critical, and I'll give you two reasons for it. Right, one, we've come out of the pandemic quite strong for a variety of reasons: the self-resilience, government help, etc., etc. You can give the credit to whoever you like, but we've come out quite strong, right? And one thing we've all realized is that housing for all of us is very critical, and pandemic has taught us that lesson. Again, I'm saying needless to get into debate saying how and what, but it is clear. I'm saying in population terms, India and China are equal, right? We are in fact going to overtake China by 2030, right? We are struggling in pandemic to sell 140,000 units. We are now saying 2 lakhs this year. We are projecting 340,000 by 2 years further, that is 2024. In 2016, when we were at peak, we were at 350,000 units. These are primary units being produced first time and sold. And for the life of me, I have now 22 years in this, almost all of us are in real estate. We've been measuring 6 cities. Sometimes we try and add Ahmedabad in it, so we become 7 cities. China, on the other hand, guess what they do, right? Housing demand will remain if number of people are the same, right? Forget everything else around it. They sell 1 crore unit a year, and they measure 64 cities. We are stuck with 6 cities. We are not able to talk about 7 cities. When we start talking about Calcutta, it becomes irrelevant. You talk about Ahmedabad, it is too small, right? So at some point, in my view, this change has to come. This change will come when top cities get exhausted and we stop it. I think one of the things that has happened during the pandemic is people have gone back to hometowns. They've left the rental houses in Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad. Hopefully they'll drive this change. But I'm just hoping that at some point we become 1/10 of China in number of units sold. It cannot continue to be saying there is no correlation at all if the demographics is the same. And by the way, we are younger, right? So we need houses for longer period of time, right? So you can't, in my view, it's just mathematically not adding up, saying why should India be such a laggard? And how can you solve housing for all if you keep talking about 6 cities and 3 lakh units for sale, right? It's not possible.
Maybe the only point can be Amber's point of per capita income.
Yes, I was just going to say that.
Maybe we need to do something at some point. Maybe manufacturing will come in. Maybe infrastructure will drive this growth.
Because because money is only going into few hands. It is very concentrated. I think that is the whole problem.
Amit, you've lent to enough projects, or funded enough projects. If I may be using the wrong word, but what's your view? When do you see a tier 2 explosion? When do we add 7th, 8th, 9th city? By the way, we opened a small office experimentally in Lucknow about 2 years ago, and it surprised us. So we've added one more to our own sort of counting, but we are quite surprised by a positive response on the city of Lucknow. From a Resi perspective, I just want to hear the panel saying, can union budgets do something? Do we need to do something? How do we kickstart Resi in a big way, which I think is in all, at least my personal hope, and I think everybody around the country is saying that Resi is going to go out of the sky this time.
Shobhit, I think you have actually touched the right chord, and I was going to say Tathastu. I agree with you fully that what you are saying is Resi is going to drive the next round of growth for a simple reason. If you go to US also, and the data is not going to be different. So only one slight difference of opinion currently I have, because we do not have the potential to build cities like Mumbai, Pune once again in the next 20 or 30 years. When a road like Dwarka Expressway has taken 15 years, and a road like Noida and Greater Noida has taken 20 years to be fully inhabited. People do not stay on the entire 22 kilometers. They only stay in the first 12 kilometers. So if you go to US and you see the home builders data, the top 15 home developers who are in multi-storied apartments, they are responsible for 75% of the supply. That trend is there. So I don't see this 7 city will become a 20 city. Why? And I'll give you a reason. One, because the scale, size, volume, margin, pricing, everything is in the top 7 cities. And as they will focus here only here. And courtesy the state government initiatives, now the FAR has been increased multifold and premiums have been reduced. So supply will continue to come here for the next 10, 20 years. And the horizontal developments will take place in tier 2, tier 3. So you are also absolutely right. When during pandemic, people went back to their hometowns, they realized that they needed 2 extra bedrooms, one for themselves, one for their parents, because everyone was working from home. So the demand in tier 2, tier 3 also came back with a vengeance. And I have seen a kind of a listed and unlisted developer, who I'm naming, went and launched a project in Bareilly, and I could see, and it was nostalgic reminded me of 2006 and 7. There was a queue outside waiting to be allotted development. But whether multi-storied can be consumed there in volumes is a function of how well you drive the commercial sector, which is the manufacturing sector. And blue-collared will not have that affordability. Coming to your point of Lucknow, I think you went to the most populated city of this country after the top 6 cities. But give me one more example where you will go and you will have the same response. So I think here I will end my views and I'll leave the other.
I probably have the answer to that because we are charting our growth plan, and we think the next growth for us is Jaipur. So we are looking at moving our next office to Jaipur. So we've covered the top cities, but now we are saying, okay, let's go after capital cities. I'm not sure whether Bhopal will come next, but we are ourselves thinking about saying we need to do something more than these top 6 cities. We added Ahmedabad, then we added Lucknow. We've added Chandigarh, by the way, we've just added it. And now we're going to think about Jaipur. I think very good discussions. I just want to add one thing, because this is all about hits and misses. And I just want probably just one wish list from starting with Neeraj saying, if not in 2022-23 union budget, what would you like to add or see in the next budget or before that? Just one mega point that sort of disrupts the industry from your wish list, and maybe Neeraj and then Abhishek. I'll call out the names.
So I think while it's been a very long pending demand, in terms of the reduction that we get currently, like capped at 2 lakhs, for the home buyer, and the incentive for the second home. I think if these two are done, I think it gives a very strong message, from the buyer community perspective. So one is for the first term housing as well as from a second housing perspective as well. So both the investor as well as the people who are in need for the housing, both would kind of get benefit with that, because the current limits are too inadequate, for making any meaningful impact, for even first time home buyers on that. And then second home time buyers are very, very critical, for sustaining demand, and also, for the question that you were trying to allude to earlier, that, I think the housing supply for rental also would come in more, if we are able to get an additional demand, done through the second home incentives around it. So these two would be my asks there.
Thank you, Neeraj. Abhishek?
I think infrastructure status will help to address all the issues regarding cheap and long-term fund for the industry. Of course, it has been already done for data center, affordable, and logistic, but I think resi as well as commercial, it will help the industry along with the GST discussion what we had. I have some trust in the industry and allow ITC, I would say.
And I'm just going to diverge. What's keeping it away from that infrastructure status is probably, if I had to want list, I'll say, chalo, tumko chahiye le lo infrastructure status. What's keeping the government away from it? What's their fear?
I think, honestly, I don't have an answer for it, but I think gradually the government has been increasing and adding different asset classes to infrastructure status. As you see, it came from affordable, then warehousing, and then you have logistics. I'm expecting at least commercial should get added soon, the way commercial is expanding, and the last one will be resi. But resi is very important. The point which Amber was making, none of the PEs will invest. It has to be pension money or a long-term ECB, which gets you cheap fund for a long time. I think the next could be office. I hope so.
Thank you, Abhishek. Amber, next, your wish list on one point.
If there was one point only, my ask is make the HRA tax benefit equal to my mortgage tax benefit. Today, I get a disproportionately high tax benefit on HRA, at least the top 6 cities, right? If I'm renting the same house, my tax benefit is very, very high. But if I buy that same house and I'm taking a loan and paying the EMI for it, my tax benefit goes down to like 5% of that.
Yeah, so you're saying there should be equitable sort of status between buying and renting.
I'm the same guy. My house is the same house
and the same
but you
income.
Treat it differently depends on who owns it. So that's not acceptable.
I think fair point. This is a new one that I've heard, but yeah, it's quite
interesting. No, I've been saying this the last 10 years. This is the single, when you do an analysis, Shobhit, of buy versus rent, one of the key things is taxation, right? I'm willing to pay that 4% negative arbitrage for that emotional, this thing of owning a house. But taxation is something which is ridiculous. Renting a house is much, much more beneficial taxation-wise versus paying the EMI for it.
No, I agree with you. There's no doubt about it. Ashwinder, one big wish list.
Shobhit, I think the biggest worry right now in the developer side is the increased input prices that is happening. Construction built environment contributes to 10% of the GDP. I feel there needs to be some benefit on the taxation side given to investors who are investing in ready to under construction property. Under construction property needs to be treated as an investment so that the cycle of construction doesn't get impacted. And if the prices have to increase by 5 to 7%, which I feel will have to get, they might go up. And that is where the capital appreciation will also kind of get nullified. I feel there needs to be some benefit. Forget about tax. We keep on saying tax benefit, maybe they're not hearing, but they have to do something where people start getting motivated to invest in the under construction property because you have delayed cash flows and then you get some cash benefit. So that price increase also gets addressed and the demand does not get muted.
Understood. So you're saying give some tax benefits, fiscal benefits for the money going into construction.
Yes.
Because it's against increased costs.
Yes.
Costs are ever increasing. Can you do something there to promote or increase supply?
Yeah.
Lastly, I should say not though last, but not the least, Amit, what's your one wish list?
I'll take it in two phases. One, first time home buyer, increase the tax benefit, as Neeraj has said it. Because, and when housing for all is achieved, then give the second home tax benefit.
And when,
when housing for all is achieved, then give the tax benefit for the second home. And that will pave the way for rental housing going forward. And I think that explains why Amber and we continue to stay on rent.
Super. I think thank you very much. I'll just try and summarize, our wish list so that everybody, even the new panelists, have heard it. So we are saying, so far so good. But if things can be done for home buyers, such as deduction for the first purchase of home buyers, which is limited to 2 lakhs, if we can increase, give some additional benefits for second home so that they can invest and increase rental infrastructure, give infrastructure and status to real estate, including residential. I know certain sectors have been given, and IST to GST, that means input tax benefit. I think Amber's point was very well taken, saying please equate rent versus buy from a taxation perspective. And Amit, to your point, saying let housing for all be achieved, and then we'll have a longer list of ask, but at least meet the benefit for the home buyer, which is the first one. I think that's really important. Thank you everybody again for taking out this hour on Saturday, and Realty Conclave for having us. I'd like to thank my panelists once again, and over to you.
We have one query from our viewer is, what is the scoring the budget gets? We have had almost a month to see, the impact and the observations on the market. So according to real estate, what is the scoring out of 10 from our speakers? Shobit, let's start from you.
I would rate it somewhere in and I'm sort of talking impulsively, but perhaps 7 on 10, not 10 on 10, saying it did not create any negative impact. It could have had a little bit more positive. So I would give it 7 on 10.
Okay, no bad news is good news. Amber, your scoring for the budget?
7 on 10.
Okay, great. Ashwinder, what do you have to say?
I think they missed the goal only. I'm unable to score them, to be honest. Because there was hardly anything about real estate, Sapna, in this budget. So kind of they just avoided they just went away without discussing much about real estate. Because if you look at all the real estate gurus and what all they were expecting from real estate, nothing was addressed.
So there's no negative marking, right?
Yeah, there's no negative marking. There's no negative marking at all.
Okay, fantastic. Abhishek, here, what do you have to say? Ashwinder has said that at least there's no negative marking. So,
no, I think honestly, it has not addressed many of the expectations. But yes, I can see the intent is good, especially with many. Like a data center, it was expecting. So I would say it's 50-50. I mean, honestly, I'm happy nothing negative has gone, but there are too many other things which are not addressed. And I hope in the next budget, it will be addressed as is being done gradually.
Okay, so maybe 5 out of 10. So
yes.
Okay, Amit, over to you now. What do you have to say?
So I think it is 7 out of 10 overall, keeping in mind that data storage, energy storage, everything has been infra. But from a PE point of view, I will say if you don't give anything, PE stands to benefit. So I will rate it as an 8 out of 10 actually.
Okay. So some good news maybe for the government. Another one last question that we'll take is what, according to you, will shape up the real estate going forward, 2022? What is going to shape up the real estate? Ashwinder, let's start from you.
I think, Sapna, we have to be very home buyer centric. The home buyer confidence has to be increased. We have to think home buyer, and we have to build that trust bridge with the home buyer. And some of my, respected panelists have already made that we have to move out of the mindset that India is only in the top 6-8 cities. Lot of focus on home buyer because we are the largest populated country in the world after China. And if we can get them excited about buying a home, because home is not an investment and it is also a requirement, and there is a huge affordable, huge segment that only can afford a home between 25 to 35 lakhs. We need an environment where we get money from outside, institutional money coming in from outside, and build trust for the home buyer so that everybody deserves a home. Everybody deserves a home, and people are motivated to invest in this asset class and stay in their own home.
Okay, so trust building is what is going to shape the real estate going forward. Amber, your views. What is going to shape real estate in 2022?
Two things. Negative real interest rates. They've been negative for now over 2 years. If we can continue to see negative real interest rates for another couple of years, then I think that's something which is going to define the residential sector. And second is infrastructure growth. These are the two things that will shape real estate. The speed with which the infrastructure develops, and implementation of the various things that we've talked about.
Okay. Amit, what according to you will shape the real estate?
Demand is back. It is sustained. I agree with Shobit. And if we continue to increase supply, and money supply will automatically increase. On the debt side, it has come back. On equity, the day is not far. In any case, it is coming back as equity in terms of QIPs and IPOs of real estate companies. It will come as private equity, increase the supply, and demand is there to stay. If you continue to grow at 6.5%, 7% also, you will create so much of wealth in the country. And in pandemic, all of us have learned we need upgraded homes, we need homes with extra room, and we need second homes.
Fantastic. So supply is what is going to shape up the growth of real estate going forward. Mr. Abhishek Sharma, what will you add to that?
I think availability of funds as well as expeditely giving approvals, because it affects the pricing of a project. And of course, I agree with what all other panelists have said, right from Ashwinder to Amit. I think availability of fund is very important, as well as construction timeline approvals are very important. Right. These are two they directly impact the cost of the project.
That's correct. Shobit, your closing remarks, what is going to shape up the real estate of 2022?
You asked the most important question at the end, but I'd like to add to whatever everybody has said. Of course, I agree with the comment saying, please reduce the friction cost, right? Whatever it is for the home buyer to pay 5% GST plus stamp duty at various rates plus registration cost, I think it's too expensive. To say 10-12% just goes away straight, is added to your cost. And there's of course the cost of interiors which will follow, but that's very high friction for incentivizing the home buyers to buy more, because the more they buy, the more will get built, everything will happen, but please don't have such high friction cost.
Okay. Fantastic. So I think the entire sense we are getting from this entire discussion is from the demand side, we need to do more to incentivize buyers to create affordable ecosystem for them to start investing in real estate. So fantastic. I think we had some very brilliant takeaways from this discussion. Thanks, Shobit, for bringing out the best and that interesting conversation that we had with all our speakers. Mr. Bansal had to leave a little early, so thank you, Mr. Neeraj Bansal. And Ambar Maheshwari, always a pleasure to hear your views on our panels. Mr. Ashwinder Singh, thanks for being here with us. Mr. Abhishek Sharma, thank you for sharing your point of view, and Mr. Amit Bhagat for being part of this session. Thank you so much to all our speakers for that wonderful conversation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So that was one very interesting, very informative session. So let's move on to our next set of speakers who are joining in for the next very exciting discussion. Yes, we had been talking about housing in this session, how budget has impacted. Let's talk about housing of Pune now. So the next session topic we have is keeping up the momentum, Pune housing demand and growth. The session is moderated by Mr. Piyush Gupta, Managing Director, Capital Markets and Investment Services, Colliers. Piyush is responsible for developing capital markets business in India. He's leading the client acquisition, developing institutional relationships with Indian and global funds, sovereign funds, banks, NBFCs, AIFs for capital markets business. With close to 19 years of experience, Piyush is an industry veteran with proven expertise in real estate investments, asset management, and exit strategy, deployment, and business development. Now, let me introduce our speakers in the alphabetical order. We have with us Mr. Anuj Dhodi, Executive Director, City Head, Pune, and Head Advisory and Transaction Services, Pune for CBRE. Mr. Dhodi's role encompasses corporate and office leasing, lease renegotiation, acquisition, and business development for companies setting up facilities in Pune and rest of Maharashtra, and also overlooking the retail and industrial business P&L. During his tenure of more than 15 years with CBRE, Anuj has a total of 18 years experience in fields such as telecommunication and real estate, with an extensive experience in executing strategic space acquisition plans for leading corporates. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Arvind Jain, Managing Director, Pride Group. Mr. Jain started his career in the hospitality sector in the Pride Group of Hotels. A first-generation entrepreneur, his ambition and vision led him to establish the Pride Group's construction vertical. Under his skilled leadership, the group has seen phenomenal growth. Pride Group has built and delivered more than 10 million square feet of constructed area and Bengaluru and Pune under his stewardship. Our next panel member, let me introduce Ms. Pankaj Kapoor, Founder and Managing Director, License for Us Real Estate Rating and Research Private Limited. Mr. Kapoor has more than 20 years of experience in the field of valuation, consulting, and risk analytics. He is an acclaimed expert in analyzing and predicting real estate market trends in India. Pankaj is best known in the industry for bringing in scientific approach and for developing reliable market database. Our next eminent panel member, I welcome Mr. Irfan A. Kazi, Chief Investment Officer, Swami Investment Fund, SBI Cap Ventures Limited. Mr. Kazi is a finance professional with more than 25 years of international work experience in alternate investments. He has held senior investment responsibilities in 8 funds, including as CIO in 4 funds, a hedge fund of funds, a hospitality fund, industrial fund, and now in Swami, a stressed residential assets. Mr. Shailesh Puranik, Managing Director, Puranik Builders, is our next eminent panel member. Mr. Puranik is a graduate from Sir J.J. College of Architecture, one of the most prestigious architectural institutes in India. He took over as Managing Director of Puranik Builders in 1993, and under his able guidance, Puranik Builders has grown into a company with everything from land acquisition, architecture, construction, sales, marketing to society maintenance being managed within the organization. So this is our eminent panel, and Mr. Piyush Gupta, I hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna, for the introduction, and thanks Realty Plus for having me here. I think it's always a pleasure to be part of Realty Plus every year in this conclave. Good afternoon to all the panelists and all. I think it's a wonderful time. We are here talking about Pune residential real estate. And it's good to see the story specifically for housing in Pune changing for very positively after several years of disruptions, challenges, hardships. We have seen in last 12 to 18 months time, home prices on overall going some upwards. It's more demand driven. Parallelly, we have also seen some very good project launches. So it indicating there is good amount of bullishness among the developers. The pace of introduction of new inventory also continues, which reflects the market is buoyant, the confidence is buoyant. Parallelly, we have seen overall development potential of lands across various corporations in Maharashtra increasing, which is a result of proactive government policy to increase FSI. So supply likely to remain strong. And I think so overall, the trend of home buyers, increasing their purchases, so reflecting the confidence of the buyers to buy with developers with a delivery good track record. And now we all know we have seen a lot of consolidation in last couple of years, so which reflects that the home buyers have confidence with developers who are now executing. So 2022, hopefully the year of optimism. I think it will be good to hear from all our panelists. Maybe we start with more developers view. Mr. Puranik, since you have seen continued strong sales in 2021 in Pune, what according to you are we looking for a sustained momentum and years to come, the best years to come for residential real estate in Pune?
Hi Piyush, hi everyone. Afternoon to everyone. So Piyush, yes, I think let's understand that last decade was a lost decade, as they say, for real estate. But I think the next decade belongs to real estate. It's not only, I think, stamp duty cut, which everybody thought is going because of which is the going has been good. But I think post that also the markets have been performing better and better each month. And I think this will continue not only for next couple of quarters, but I think if not decade, at least we have 5 years of phenomenal years for real estate. Demand have been good. Demand has come back, and I think coupled with that, you all know mortgage rates at 6.75, 6.5, that kind of rates. COVID induced demand, pent up demand, and the markets have been quiet for a very, very long time. So, a natural correction of 20-25% has happened. I think all these factors have come together at the right time. And I think that's why we are seeing this bounce back in demand. Yes, there is a little bit of increase in the input cost, but I think across markets, we are seeing that, the prices have been moving upwards, and then they have to, because the inventories are getting, finished as fast as possible. And if you check any inventory overhang in any market, any micro market, they are at one of the lowest today. And I think we will see a good price appreciation also from here on. So all in all, fantastic, at least 5 years for not only Pune, but real estate as such for, most of the markets in India.
Thanks, Shaileshji. Mr. Jain, your thoughts, and more specifically, what are the key drivers in Pune which is driving the demand high?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here on this panel. I believe Pune today in India, all 7-8 cities what are doing real estate well. Pune is doing the best because Pune has a affordability, better climate, better job opportunities, and it's a cosmopolitan crowd. So people migration, whatever migration happening to India, majority you find people comes to Pune and they love Pune as a city. So I'm finding that requirement of that migration population which is coming to Pune will continue the demand for Pune, and still the price is still affordable in Pune compared to Bangalore or Bombay or Delhi. So the price is also very, very affordable in Pune with the better climate condition, better livable city in Pune. Traffic is still, like Bangalore is a better city, but traffic is a nuisance. Bombay is an affordability issue. So similarly, Pune is balancing both the things. So that's the reason why we think coming 5 years will be excellent for a Pune market.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Jain. Irfan, coming to you, you all have supported all the, struck distress projects by giving last mile funding. How has been your experience specifically about the Pune market in terms of deployment, challenges, sales with the project which you have funded from Swami Fund perspective?
So I agree. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. I completely agree with what my fellow panel members have mentioned, right? The Pune market is doing well. The good news is that we haven't really done well in Pune. And we are a stressed fund, which means that there are very few stressed projects in Pune. We have given approval to about 108 projects, which will complete about 60,000 homes. Of that, there are only about 3 or 4 projects which are from Pune, right? So that tells you that less than 5% of the projects are from Pune. So one, it does corroborate what the other panelist members have said. From the other side of the table, as a stressed fund, we are doing very little business in Pune. That's good news. But we are always there. We are not asking for stress, but we are there to help developers. The government is more than committed. We have about 15,000 crores to deploy. We've given, like I mentioned, about 108 final approvals. We have, in fact, given preliminary approval to about 250 deals. We hope to complete 150,000 homes. We've completed about 7,000 homes and so on, right? We would definitely love to see more proposals from Pune.
So that's so actually good to hear, Irfan, that Pune as a market has given you least number of proposals compared to other markets. So, but Irfan, since you see the data across pan India, since you're invested across, from the performance perspective, and if at all you would look at more 12 to 18 months, do you think Pune kind of stands out in terms of sales and supply? If at all you would just do a like-to-like comparison with other markets?
So absolutely. I think where the Pune market differs from most of India is that, they are not mere launches that are happening. There are launches and progress in construction that is happening. And, while that might seem a natural thing, it's not natural for the rest of the country. So in Pune market, there is significant construction which is happening. And then, there is buyer confidence in a building where construction is happening. Right. And, my apologies, I am a salesman for the Swami Fund also. So let me also mention that even for projects which have, seen some, maybe a slower velocity compared to the rest of the market, the presence of, a lender like Swami who comes in with the promise of complete funding or construction focused funding, the promise to complete everything without any further dependence, etc. We've seen that we also act as a catalyst for collections and sales in the projects we've come in. And that's especially true in Pune. So in the projects in Pune where we've come in, we've seen very good sales and collections to the extent, commercially speaking, again, bad for our business. Our funds getting deployed is much lower than what we had anticipated. But good news for the market again.
Yeah, absolutely, Irfan. Pankaj, coming to you, you see data across markets more from inventory overhang perspective, and especially in Pune, we have seen the inventory overhang going down, right? And that is across all the products, be it luxury, affordable, mid-market. So what kind of trends you're seeing from and if at all we compare with other markets from a data perspective?
So if you see that Pune is clocking close to 50,000 unit sales, which is probably the second highest across all top 8 cities in India. It's doing better than Bangalore and NCR also. NCR, if you see the geographical, expansion is quite large. But despite that, the overall absorptions in Pune is much higher in comparison to NCR and Bangalore. Second to Mumbai. Mumbai is highest in that term. And largely driven by stamp duty reductions given by the Maharashtra government, affordability, and many other reasons, which other panelists has already spoken. Second important aspects which is there, it is the third highest inventory. So if you see in the perspective of like NCR is spread over 44,000 square kilometers, MMR is spread over close to 5,000 square kilometers. Pune's actually spread would be in the range of probably 1,000 to 1,200 square kilometer. In that sense, the inventory as well as sales both are growing, and that's basic reason it's considered to be the most productive market in India, and it is going to be there. So the affordability will be maintained because the reason the size of the inventory is high. But having said that, the inventory overhang is also not very high because the absorption is also in line with the magnitude of the inventory. So it's a very interesting market. It's like contributing to the real estate industry, as Irfan has said that, because it is a productive market, construction progress to the sales, all these things continue. So unlike many other like NCR, other markets where supply grows but the volumes don't really grow, and that's where the stress comes. This market is comparably lesser stress, and I completely agree to what other panelists also has said, that it's very productive, very close to Mumbai, and so if you see that it's a options to the people who can invest into Navi Mumbai, they can invest in Pune also, and Pune is a better offer because the same price range you get more developed location, livable location in comparison to what you get in the same price range in Mumbai. Those locations are actually far flung and lesser developed in that sense. So quite a lot of things which are working well for Pune, and it looks like it's going to be in the near future too.
Yeah. Thanks, Pankaj, for the insight. Anuj, coming to you, and if at all we just see, we have discussed a lot of macro factors, which is driving the overall sales across markets and also some Pune specific factors. And if at all we look at some other asset classes which also are driving demand for housing, for example, office and we have seen certain large developers taking positions to do large business parks in Pune. So your thoughts on something like office also driving demand, apart from other points which you may have for the demand in housing?
Thank you, Piyush, firstly for moderating this session. And also a very good afternoon to the panel members that are there with me today and to all the viewers who've logged in virtually. Piyush, I think as an opening, I can tell you that I come with a very positive outlook towards the residential outlook over the next decade. I think if someone looks at the history, like you set the tone, for the last 10 years, I think residential has seen its fair share of stress. We had demonetization, we had RERA, we had a couple of roadblocks. And I think the only way this sector could have grown was with these kind of matters coming into the front, because they have actually brought together a lot of transparency in the residential segment. I think RERA, like I think one of our panelists said, that's something which is very, very important to bring in transparency. And I think that's really driving a lot of momentum. When you talk about sectors, the most specific question that you asked me, Piyush, the Pune market as an economy is very, very diverse. From being an education hub to actually being a very strong manufacturing and an auto cluster historically, I think the IT/ITES market as well is extremely strong. Over the COVID period has shown a lot of resilience and growth. So we're seeing increased amount of jobs that are being created via these sectors. All that I spoke of, from the auto to the IT, we're seeing R&D come in the forefront of things, and Pune with roots down to pharma. I think the biotechnology also cannot be ignored. With these factors, they fuel in demand consistently for residential in my view. Over to you, Piyush.
Yeah, and just follow on Anuj on this, and if at all we extrapolate from office to industrial side, warehousing side, do you think that also is a big catalyst for peripheral demand for housing?
Massive. You make a very, very good point, Piyush. As I said, I think the industrial and logistics sector is a ever growing sector. While most markets saw some kind of a decline during the pandemic, the residential and industrial and logistics actually saw growth, with 3PL constantly expanding their footprint, coming with last mile connectivity for the end users who were sooner than later getting digitally more savvy in their buying behavior. We've seen a lot of warehousing and industrial growth across markets in Pune. This has led to peripheral demand. The suburban areas like Chakan, Talegaon in the north, or you look towards the in extensions of Shirwal, we're seeing consistent activity out there from the industries that is fueling demand. And the government initiative taken for affordable housing or housing for all has further accelerated this position.
Thanks, Anuj. Mr. Jain, coming to you and talking more specifically, among the newer markets which are developing, and maybe Anuj mentioned about from a periphery perspective, Talegaon, Chakan. Now, from your perspective, and if at all we look at horizon for next maybe 3 to 5 years time, which are the emerging markets from a housing perspective you see, and both from a affordable perspective and also from a mid-market to luxury perspective?
Okay, as you know, the market start from IT. The IT, wherever the IT comes, the market grow in that area. So typically in Pune, it's very clear. East and West was the IT. So Hinjodi and Kharadi was the IT development was coming up. All the new developer, what Mr. Anuj recently talked about it. So 80% IT development is coming into this both market. So in coming period, the west part, which is Wakad, Baner and Hinjodi, and eastern part, the Kharadi, Bagoli and that area will be the most emerging in coming 4-5 years.
Sure. Shailesh, coming to you, and if you look at more specifics in terms of trend in size, what kind of trend we are seeing, and we have definitely seen that the flight going more towards a better quality, larger size, more community living. So what kind of trends we are seeing, and more specifically in Pune market on this?
Yeah, Piyush, I think a couple of important things here. I think gated development community living is something that people are finding favor in, because whatever lockdown we faced 3 to 6 months, everybody understood that you're just staying in a single building apartment, then there is there is no walking area below, there is no jogging track below, there is nothing breathing space below. So all that you don't have a area where you can all gather, go together, with the safety of a gated community. So I think that is for sure. I think future belongs to personally I feel mid-sized projects. So the projects anywhere between 1.2, 1.5 to 2, 2.5, 3 million square feet kind of projects, rather than very small projects, 1 or 2 or 3 buildings, and rather than a very, very large sized township projects. Yes, they are something that people fancied, but I think from the lot of other perspectives also, regarding the planning your cash flow, especially for developers or for lenders to do the valuation and all, it's very difficult to do a valuation that you're going to sell 7-8 years down the line. So raising finance and doing financial closure for your projects, from all that perspective, I think this mid-size and community living that is one. Two, yes, there is a shift towards a slightly better sized apartment, but that is varied. In some pockets we do have seen that you want a slightly bigger size apartment, but also in some of the other pockets we have seen that there is still demand for a smaller size apartments. Ultimately, if you are looking at a mid-income, mid-segment of housing, it's ultimately the ticket price that people are looking at. So that is another thing which is very, very important. It has to be something affordable to them. If you go to larger apartments, premium, yes, there is this demand that there has to be a the work from home office in your in your home. So and it's not only one, because if you are staying in a large apartments, both husband wife is working, or a son is giving exam or something like that, not one but 2 or 3 kind of at least office desks or office spaces is what people are looking at. So I think that is two. But I think third point that you talked about, quality, brand name, I think these have become hygiene, Piyush, now. You cannot just compromise on that. It's also because of RERA coming, it's also because of the 5-year that you have to give service and all that. But it's also that people do understand, people do check what kind of projects you are delivered, people do talk to people, social media, people become very, very active, so understand that okay, there are a lot of issues in this building, with the seepage issues, leakage issues, maintenance issues, lifts are not of good quality. And I think that is hygiene now. So that is something that you must give. I think these 3 things is what I think going forward we have to keep in mind. I think we are going into a mature market, and I think that pace has increased a lot because of whatever reason. Even the COVID kind of accelerated this pace. So what I mean by mature market is customers are savvy, mature, looking at their due diligence, looking at developer, looking at property, looking at value for money. All that is kind of come together. So I think all these things we need to keep in mind going forward.
Sure. And just a follow on, and I think so you also made a point on size of apartments. On an average, are we clearly seeing that a person maybe who was buying a 500 square feet apartment, say pre-COVID, now the same customer is now looking at 700 square feet apartment? And are we seeing that across all the segments, whether it's affordable, mid-market, luxury, that people want bigger size? Is it a bigger trend which we are seeing, maybe Pune or even across markets?
Piyush, frankly, although there is a lot of talk about this, and we have done some initial work on this, we did a lot of surveys, we talked to people, and it's not only that, it's the proof of pudding is in eating. What kind of sales are happening. So at least in mid-income segment, I still don't see that from suddenly 500 people are looking for 700. Ultimately, it is the as I said, end user price is what people are looking at. Yes, they might ask you whether you have a provision for an office desk. All the necessary things are planned. They will want to see an interior layout for them to figure out what is that they can do. But especially in the mid segment, but in the premium segment, yes, if you check a lot of data, the higher size, larger size apartments are flying off shelf, not only in construction, of course, in ready also. There are a lot of inventory in ready position apartments in the larger size 3 BHKs and 4 BHKs. Their demand for larger size is definitely here. But of course, as a percentage of demand, it is very less. If you look at the parameter, the percentage of demand is very less. But yes, there is a trend for higher size apartment in the premium or luxury segment.
Sure. Thanks, Shailesh. Irfan, your thoughts generally, from an investor perspective, does a market like Pune, gives you a more safety net because of its affordability index? And what I mean is, if at all you're looking at investments across markets and when you compare that with Pune, markets like Pune, because of its affordability and whatever, drivers we speak about, does that give you more confidence to invest in Pune?
So from an investor point of view, right, depending upon the risk and the return you are willing to take, you can segment the market. And I think Pune again is a story of two markets, like Mr. Pankaj Kapoor normally says, in the rest of India, where there are the more established developers which are seeing all the positive after effects of the pandemic. The customer affinity, the customer inclination for a larger size, customer inclination to close, and so on. And there is another, real estate world within the same market where there is a crisis of confidence, where project cost increases, are a death blow, right? The more branded developers, the more successful projects can take project cost increases in their stride. In the last 1 year, almost across the board, and I don't think Pune market is any exception, we've seen a 15 to 25% hike in project cost, in the cost to complete in most projects. This I'm not talking from publicly available data. I'm talking from data that we have from our own portfolio companies, right? The better developers, the bigger developers in the bigger cities, are able to influence or to command better capital values, and therefore ride through this price increase. That is not true for some of the smaller developers who are now beginning to see the strain. And it's a combination of both smaller developers and smaller cities. Pune has an advantage. There is a large number of good mid-income projects, and also there is a large number of good affordable housing kind of projects, generally speaking. So depending on the risk appetite of the investor, with a branded developer, you very little risk in terms of velocity, sales, and all that, but very little returns as well, right? And more 18 to 20% returns from taking a bet in projects where the project is still under construction, etc.
Yeah, I think Irfan, you made a very valid point on say input cost. A 15 to 25% increase in project cost, right? And for markets like Pune, which are relatively lower margin if we compare with markets like Bombay or Gurgaon. So this can definitely impact the overall pricing in the market. So Pankaj, coming to you on this point, and markets like Pune may remain sensitive to the pricing, very elastic to the pricing change. How bigger a threat to demand you see, if the prices were to go up, from an input cost perspective or otherwise, to impact the overall demand?
That's why I say that 2-3 angles which you need to see this, market is highly segmented. There are large developer and there are many smaller developer and mid-sized developers, and the size of the inventory itself has been growing. The new launches are there. Pune is the one market where probably maximum number of township projects, like NCR, you find most of the projects large size, but in Pune, if you see, you have lots of township projects which are coming. So the supply flow, it's also suggesting that there is going to be pricing pressure for this. I feel so, since this is a productive market, construction continues. It's not like that the builders are selling and not constructing. So in that case, my own sense is return through the IRR in by way of investment in the project is still possible, because the reason is you have predictability. The builders will really construct and look at that. But in terms of the price appreciations point of view, since this is highly elastic market, large size of the property, it's a circular market. So you've got many micro market interacting with each other, and the demand may really percolate from one place to another place if the price continues to be rising, and there are enough kind of a competition which is available and choices available among the to the consumer. So the price rise driven appreciation looks really difficult, but IRR driven returns, I do really feel if you invest into the properties, it's more productive and predictive market in that sense. And so that's my own point of view. I see that there are ample opportunities available. Maybe the fund houses may have to reduce their expectations of the returns to some extent, considering the margins are really thin, so the risk and return point of view, if we were to have a look at it, so if this is a lesser risky market, so it may probably give you lesser returns in the sense, but it will be more, you are more likely to get the returns rather than anticipating and not getting it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I'm sure in a current margin, the potential to increase returns is anyways very limited. And just Pankaj, a follow on, and we spoke about elasticity, right? And if at all we compare Pune market's price elasticity with other comparing markets, something like a Bangalore or a Thane, right? Do you think there's any difference between purely from the price elasticity perspective?
I think not much. Bangalore maybe, because Bangalore is highly inconvenient and it's really becoming a micro market perspective. But my own sense is if the metro connectivity improves, it will improve the efficiencies of the cities, and then the market will become much more elastic than what it is there. Why MMR is most inelastic? Because the reason it's been a linear city. And the question is that as more and more infrastructure getting built and the more connectivity is happening, you see some of these markets are losing their inelasticities, in the sense like Worli market has not really appreciated for last 10 years, but Bandra did. And going forward, once the coastal road and the metro will come in, you would find the places like Andheri and other places will grow up, but the Bandra and the Worli may continue to be having pressure on this. And that's kind of a outlook I'm seeing to most of the cities. So all the circular cities with the metro, you would find the elasticity to improve. So the Pune, Bangalore, and Thane may probably be offering more affordable homes, large amount of the supply, but very unlikely we may probably see the kind of a price rises what happened in last 2 decades.
Yeah. So I think interesting point, Pankaj, and we speak about infra developments, and with infra developments, the entire any city's pricing is converging towards median, right? When we say, if it take Bombay's example, with the coastal road, metro coming up in next couple of years' time, the price difference between a Borivali in north or a Bandra in mid or even in south, it's kind of, become like a unified pricing.
Yeah.
So,
gradient is getting reduced. So if you look at it, it's becoming a flattish market situation. So maybe very premium location where the demographic densities is very high end and all those things may probably show high end prices. But wherever we see ample land and homogeneities of the demographic, you see it's becoming highly flattish.
Yeah. Shailesh, you also see this, trend of, the pricing now is being driven more in around infra development in next 2 to 3 years' time?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just to give an example, I think you talked about Thane. We also operate in Thane. There was a time, a decade or more back that, Mulund was Mumbai. So the prices in Mulund, whatever happened are always higher than prices in Thane. Or then, of course, more recently that, I remember 1.5 decade ago, we mentioning that our project is 7 kilometers away from Thane station. Our project is 5 kilometers away from Thane station. I don't remember when was the last time I mentioned what is the distance from train station for my project. There are projects in Pune or Thane that one project is selling in the tune of 15,000 rupees and the another project in the vicinity is selling in the tune of, even 10,000 rupees. So I think, as I said, we are entering a mature market. We are where these boundaries are becoming, invisible. Also, if you see some trends, like if you would have seen a decade ago, always you will have appreciation in the property, and then the new under construction would be at a lesser cost than ready possession apartment. Now, in many cases, ready possession and under construction are priced similar. In fact, if there is a new project coming up, it might command a price premium owing to newer amenities, probably what happens in the developed countries. So as I said, we have kind of jumped 1 or 2 decades into, markets getting mature and more mature. I think that's what we are seeing in the market. And I think it will be the product, the price, the product, the developer, the brand, the kind of amenities and the quality that you're giving. I think that is ultimately going to decide the price, and not so much as only the location or some of the other factors that we talked about.
Sure, Shailaji. Mr. Jain, your thoughts, and maybe more specifically about Pune market in particular on infra, because now we're going to have 2 metros, connecting to different segments. How you think that's going to evolve the overall housing demand?
Let me tell you, Pune is as on today, we are in a worst situation. Pune does not have any one single ring road, and not a single metro is started in Pune. But yeah, we can see very, very bright future of Pune. 2 ring road is already planned and land acquisition is started in big way. PMRD coming up and taking the PMRD and MMRD is doing both the ring road. So we are hoping that ring road will see the coming up in very short period, maybe 2-3 years down the line. And all 3 metros is started, so work is in very, very advanced stage. So both the infrastructure will give us a lot of supply in Pune market, and because of this 2 factor of ring road and metro, already Pune is number 2. I think we'll come at number 1 very soon.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Jain. Anuj, I think there's a lot of being discussed about the shared spaces model, right? And which is kind of driving, demand for different segments. And Pune market in particular, co-working, I think is possibly doing the best compared to all other markets. And then from a housing perspective, we have maybe senior living, student housing, co-living. How you think, and considering Pune as a market is a more IT-driven market, it's also a good education hub. So from that perspective, how do you think, especially this alternatives, what we speak about, like a shared spaces model, is evolving in Pune?
Piyush, I think that's one of the most accelerated platforms in commercial real estate today. It's largely spoken. Over the last 5 years, the advent of flexible office space has really grown manifold. We've seen the percentages grow from about 5% and go as high as a double-digit 12 to 13% on overall office absorption on a year-on-year basis. We're seeing top corporates really evolving in their corporate real estate strategy. They're no longer looking at the flexible domain as as just a co-working segment. There is this entire domain that has really innovated itself. They come up with agile space solutions, which are more managed solutions. They can literally build to suit your office, and then be totally dictated in terms of design, ethos, and in terms of security of your IT infrastructure, based on what you really desire. And the more we are interacting with large multinationals, I think in today's world, they're looking at flexibility. They're looking at agility portfolio. Are probably capex shy at times, and the flexible domain really comes and plugs all the gaps. So in our opinion, I think flexible space is here to stay. It's going to be something commercial real estate, and we're already seeing green shoots of it, which some large companies making very large news globally as well as in their private equity infusion over the last 4 to 5 years.
And I think you mentioned about private equity, and this is any particular asset class, or you think is generally the attractiveness of cities increasing? So we may see, equity coming in maybe across asset classes, be it housing, office, or industrial. Anyways, we are seeing.
To your question, I'd like to take it macro. I think firstly, India is getting very attractive in the scheme of things. Increase the transparency that we spoke of, the other panel members as well touched upon. I think there is confidence in wanting to foray into India.
invest and make big bets on India. And this we're seeing across asset classes. We've seen the residential sector obviously seeing the latest trend on it, but the commercial, retail, and the industrial sector have established itself over the last decade or decade and more. And more cities are coming into the foray. With new regimes, tax stops, I think there is clarity in this budget, SEZ advent as well, which everyone is eagerly waiting for. I think we are in for a good drive over the next 5 years for sure.
Yeah, and I think just extending this topic on the capital, and Irfan, you mentioned that Pune possibly is giving the least of the capital because because of the performance doesn't require it. But if you and since you have data across markets for last couple of years, how you think this trend of projects getting self-sufficient in Pune is likely to continue? Or you think there will be some gaps and this kind of funding will be required from fund like yours?
So I think as project costs increase, right, Pune, the capital values are relatively subdued. The margins aren't as comfortable as they are there in maybe some other markets in the Mumbai market and so on. There will be a greater emphasis on construction timelines, construction efficiency, to keep costs down, because you mentioned price elasticity may not be there. So to keep costs within control, because the customer could turn to the next micro market or a consumer customer, the developer is not necessarily dictating prices to keep cost under control. Construction has to be revved up, and that's where you would understand and appreciate, the Swami Fund comes into play.
Yeah.
Right. Our focus is only on construction. Our focus is providing construction capital, not just to stalled projects. So that's something that I want to clear the air on. It is to any project which is stressed, which sees an impending cash flow mismatch on the horizon. And before you get into difficulty, the smart thing would be to reach out for capital from the Swami Fund.
Sure. Thanks, Irfan. Shailesh, coming to you, and again, extending this discussion on capital. In residential, we haven't seen any significant equity coming in, on a pan-India perspective. And I think the reason that being is, there is not enough risk reward from an equity investor perspective. But now with the current state of affairs where the demand is back, sales are good, across markets. You think you will see a good amount of equity coming in residential real estate, and also more markets like Pune, Thane, Bangalore, and I speak about these 3-4 markets because from the affordability perspective and sales perspective, they are much better.
So Piyush, I think I have a slightly different take on this. I think it's not important what kind of capital is coming in, equity or debt. I think what is important is now. I think the point that Irfan was making, the capital like what Swami Fund is talking about, that is important. With the kind of even judgments that you're seeing by courts, ultimately everything is, towards or in the favor of the consumer or the customer in the end. So although we have, fight between who's superior, RERA or, the NCLT or that court, but I think ultimately the judgments that we are seeing is they are keeping in mind the interest of the end user or customer. So what is important is that you keep on building, as Irfan was talking about. Construction has to keep on happening, and it has to happen at a faster pace. Now, what has happened in last 2, 3 years, 4 years, because of course the IL&FS crisis, and after that the NBA the capital crisis that we had, and NBFC crisis, and of course the COVID hit after that. Many, what to say, the funds, those who want to lend money are kind of in a retreat mode. And then the model that they had, so one was a plain vanilla debt, if you all know, that is you have to do monthly servicing. Then there's of course structured capital or a structured debt, or then there are talking about equity, which is not, I have not seen a pure equity deal for a long time, at least for last decade. So equity, but again, which is in the form of structured debt, where you talk about higher teens, or you exceed 20% or 21%. I think interest rate or coupon rates are no longer important. I think what is important is the way the capital is deployed. What is important is there should not be a dearth of capital for constructing. Once they are sold, you have to keep on constructing. The capital should go there. And that is how the structure has to work out. Unless you have that, we will see further challenges. So the bottom lines are impacted. They will keep on getting impacted. We are in a highly commoditized market. We don't know. So although there is a no price rise, but we don't know when the next sudden price rise will happen, or whether it will happen or not happen. Nobody can predict. We can look at the past data, but we don't know what is going to happen in the future. But it seems that a gradual price rise might be there. So in such a scenario, the right kind of capital being available for development is very, very important. And what is right kind of capital? Forget about coupon rates. What the right kind of capital is, because of which the construction does not stop. Why fund like Swami is coming in? Because of the problems of the existing lender. The project is right. There's a good cover available. There's a positive cash flow going forward. But still a lender is not lending because that lender is not able to lend because he has a problem. The current problem of last 3-4 years is more due to the lenders and lesser due to developers. And of course, developers are, blamed, and whatever RERA blames everyone, they are escaping, whereas the problem lies with them. So I think it's more and more important that we understand that during our negotiations with our lenders or capital providing partners, etc., and it's better that they understand it as soon as possible. That's how it has to be structured. Financial closure has to be such that till the construction is completed, there is no dearth of capital. And then, of course, you look at your IRRs, your coupon rates, what you are making, a waterfall structure. Okay, you make, after that only developer makes. I think those are all immaterial today. That's what I feel.
I think Shailesh, absolutely, because having the right form of capital, I think so is very important to avoid mismatches. And I think so all the troubles of the crisis which we have seen in last 3, 4, 5 years time is because of having the right pool of capital for right end use. And when I think it was good to hear from Irfan also mentioned that it's just not about stress projects, right? Wherever execution capital is required, Swami Fund, I think so will play a role. Right,
so Piyush, if I can just add to what Shailesh so brilliantly put across, right? Even that the entire focus of funding from a fund like a Swami Fund is construction, and it's easy to talk about it, and we walk the talk when we do the funding in the form of NCDs, where there is no return expected back to the investor till the project is completed. So all the money, even money from incremental sales and collections, are pumped back into this. So as a result, I think what's most important is results often talk better on the success of a strategy than strategizing itself, right? So we have been able to complete already. We've been able to complete about 7,000 homes. We are on a run rate to complete about 10,000 homes every year for the next 3 to 4 years. Our sites have probably the highest worker density when compared to other construction sites in the same city, because we have all the money that is required to. Normally, a developer will fund or pace construction according to the velocity of sales that is achieved at in that project, right? So if it's selling, there is more money available for construction. In our case, it is money is available in the beginning. And therefore, we insist that work happens at multiple points in a site. Work happens, at various levels in a site, and therefore highest worker density. And we've seen in all our projects that when we have a developer business plan on completion of the project, despite everything that you've heard, read, experienced about COVID, our projects are getting completed faster than we had originally planned. So that focus on construction, really helps. I completely vouch for, what Mr. Puranik mentioned on this aspect.
Yeah, and absolutely. If the project gets completed, I think everyone walks home happily, whether it's the end user, buyer, lender, developer. So I think so with that focus, I think it's very, very important that everyone focuses on how the project can be completed very fast. And I think so absolutely, I think Irfan, you articulated, and Shailesh, you also mentioned that having a right form of capital, I think so is very, very important. If we just not talk about what kind of opportunities are available from a developer perspective, in the current market situation, and we have definitely spoken. There's a consolidation, and it's a phase where the better managed, better governed developers will possibly have more and more opportunities. And if at all we'll talk about market like Pune, which again, as a good spectrum of developers. Mr. Jain, from your perspective now, what kind of newer opportunities, from a new business development perspective, you are viewing? So sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah. Pune, the new in Pune and Maharashtra, especially the new UDCPR rule has come. So virtue of that, the FSI supplies come threefold and fourfold, you can say. So whatever land bank developer was having, so that's become a one big opportunity for them, first of all. And apart from them, there's a huge new property, new projects are available in the market. Pune has a less project which is stuck. So that kind of project is very, very less available in Pune. If you go in the market, you cannot find a 20 project which is stuck like NCR or any other market. So we have to look for a greenfield project, and there's a plenty of opportunity available in Pune especially because of new DCPR rule. Any project on a 1 acre plot, you can consume up to 1.5 lakh square feet area. So that's a huge opportunity.
Yeah.
And infrastructure development also happening, the ring road and the all ring road development coming. Yeah.
Yeah. And from a, considering the opportunities available in a market like this, would you more prefer, and since they're available, more joint developments or joint ventures rather than, acquiring lands and putting the capital upfront?
Because the construction cost increased in the last 1.5 year, 2 years, around 20% compared to the 2020. So joint venture has become a non-feasible, very, very not very attractive proposal nowadays, because still the landowner thinks the construction cost still is 2,000 rupees, which is not the fact. And so present condition mein, neither stamp duty also does not friendly with the joint venture document. The GST is a different problem if you're doing the commercial joint venture. So joint venture is not very, very attractive option right now. Buying a land or some different kind of structure can be done. That's the only possibility in nowadays in present market condition.
Yeah. And, you mentioned, and that's a fact that, the overall FSI, across Maharashtra, has increased, and which will eventually also increase the overall supply. And specifically something like in Mumbai, what we had, reduction in, premiums up to a specific date. So we saw a lot of approvals coming in. So the question is whether, the supply, and maybe Pankaj, maybe you can, answer that. The supply will increase, right? And all this supply will possibly see next 2 to 3 years time coming in. Will this, supply scare us? Maybe we may not see that coming immediately, right? But maybe in over 2 to 3 year time that we're going to have, millions of square feet coming in, and in a market like Pune, which is relatively smaller, there the demand supply could, completely go in favor of supply.
Piyush, if you see that in 2009 data, we have the top 8 cities, we had just 3 lakhs units unsold stock. And we still haven't seen the new proposed supply coming in, but we have around 9.5 lakh unit inventory in these 8 cities itself. So supply over a period of time has really increased, and largely it has increased because we have done extensive financialization post liberalization of real estate in 2005. So a lot of land has been accumulated, and those land is coming under for the productions and all those things. And my own sense, it will continue to be. And secondly, when it comes to supply demand mismatch, we are still a housing shortage country. Okay, so there is no dearth of the demand in that sense. So more supply means that more absorptions, more volume will take place. Like Pune has clocked the highest sales in this pandemic year. Maharashtra has also clocked a similar kind of thing in this pandemic year and all those things. So that means that if the affordability is met and there is efficiencies in the overall system, that the volumes and the demand is still existing. Only thing which is there, that the expectation of the price rises may not be there. It's a time for the volume, so that means it has to be, the production has to be highly efficient, unlike the past where the approvals would delay the projects. The land would not be purchased at the highest cost. Like there was a time, look at how we became inefficient, because the land was being bid and overbid and then being purchased at the highest price. And a lot of those land purchases made the projects unviable and things like it. And then extensive funding to those projects has happened and they became stressed, and all those phenomenon has gone away. As Arvind ji was just mentioning, that he started thinking about not going into the joint venture, which was actually a trend a year or 2 years back and things like it. So everyone has started thinking about financial viabilities, prudent approach of development and things like it. So I do see that the pricing pressure which will be there, but it will be a different environment of developing. It would not be the one where the builders would see that 50% margin or 30% margins on that projects to do the projects. Volumes will be there, but with the 15-20% margin, there is enough market for the productions, and then there is no dearth of the demand in that sense. So it's like that, like the market will become flattish, highly efficient, both in terms of communications and in terms of productions, and that's where the consumption will take place. So it's like that many industry which has really grown over a period of time will see the real estate market's growth. It will not be price growth, it will be production growth.
Yeah. And, and the markets, which are say below 8,000-9,000, which possibly have a, lower margin. Maybe the FSI maximization, which has been the trend across markets mainly in say Mumbai, Pune, may not be there, because these are price sensitive. More you want to use the FSI, you may have to go vertical. FSI is kind of increases multifolds. Right. So maybe FSI maximization is not the objective. And Shailesh, your thoughts, on this, with supply coming because of increase in FSI and, for a large projects, whether is FSI maximization, which was the trend, will that be any more that it's more now on efficient product, more community living and giving a better product rather than, just, using the full FSI and making like a concrete jungle?
So I think first, Piyush, I must say that, I've seen Pankaj positive after a long time. So I've
been there for almost 2 years.
Then real estate is becoming positive. That much you can guarantee. So I think FSI maximization is not, I think it's long gone. I know personally in most of my projects, I think FSI, I'm not consuming the entire FSI. It is impossible for me to consume that FSI unless I go to, in some places the height restriction is there, which is good, because otherwise I would want to plan a 50 or a 60-story building. So I think FSI maximization is not something what we should look at. FSI is increased so much that, I think that any developer that I talk about, they are, I think, leaving something, and then the working is that, okay, which FSI I leave so that, my FSI cost is, kept minimum, whether it's a premium FSI or whether it's TDR, etc., etc. So that is not something that you need to look at. But one good thing, probably we all miss sometimes, that although the costs have gone up, this new increased, new benefits like premium cuts has, given you a substantial margin there, that your margins have increased if you avail that. Two, because of the FSI increase and whatever you are able to consume. So from 100 is become 200, but I am able to consume 150, let's say. I have made provision, and that too in a reasonable height of a building, etc., etc. So your FSI cost has gone down. So whatever construction costs have appreciated or gone up rather, they are more than offset by the changes or the reduction in the FSI and the approval cost. I think that is something that we need to keep in mind. That's why you have not seen the kind of price rise probably you should have seen, because the demand is back in the market and the input costs have gone up. But of course, FSI and land costs, approval costs have slightly come down, kind of offsetting that. But from here on, now they are fixed. I don't think they'll go down further. And then you will definitely see whatever happens with Ukraine and Russia and the dollar and the oil. Seems less likely with every day passing. But you might see the price rise coming in. And price rise will also come in because Pankaj is saying so. And price rise will also come in because the inventory levels are coming down. Sorry, Pankaj bhai.
I think it's all will have smiles when we talk about price rise.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and also the barometer, for a good market, I think there's no more the price rise. I think so everyone possibly will agree. I think it is the sales and the confidence of and sentiment of the customer that people are willing to buy. I think that is the key. When in last 12 months time, except a few percentage points where the prices may have gone up, but I think so why people remain buoyant is because the absorption, the sales is happening. And now capital is there with Irfan articulated that right pool of capital for execution. We also have deliveries. And just one point, your thoughts on the kind of opportunity which you see in the market from a new business perspective. Being asset light, is the norm, because these are the kind of opportunities available, whether it's the stress of some owners, developers, or stress maybe of some bankers who've been holding some assets. You think from a developer perspective who want to grow, this is the thing which we'll possibly see in next 2 to 3 years time?
No, it is already happening in the market. I think there is. I think we forgot talking about it. It's a K-shaped recovery. I think some one panelist did mention about it. So it's not that everybody is getting the benefit of the better markets that we are seeing. There are many who are still struggling for various reasons. So because of this K-shaped recovery, and because this kind of rebound is available to a select few for whatever reasons that we discussed, there are many people who are suffering because of the lender issue, approval related issues which have cropped up, etc. And then that have became difficult for him or her to continue with the project. So I think those kind of opportunities are ample in the market. There are already deals happening in those kind of spaces, either through a lender or to the developer. But I think Arvind ji, mentioned an important point. This asset light model or a JV model, because of the price, the construction cost and input cost increasing, we have to be very, very prudent now. I think Pankaj did mention that now a lot of prudence has come in, I think, which is rightly so, because all of us have burned fingers by doing a 30% and a 35% and a 40% and a 42% kind of JV, and now those look unaffordable. And I think in many places developers have renegotiated the way tenants have renegotiated in malls. We have renegotiated our JV deals, and I think going forward, a more prudent approach, a better commercial term and understanding, which is also linked to the end user price as well as to the construction cost, and based on that you kind of work out your JV deal or asset light model. So asset light model is here to stay for various reasons, because it is no longer affordable, or it is no longer prudent to buy land when there is no appreciation happening in the land on the underlying asset, unless it starts happening, because markets have this tendency that it behaves in a completely different way than what we have thought about or what our research shows, etc. So unless that comes in, it is not prudent to buy land unless it is very cheap, of course. And secondly, if you are doing a JV or a asset light or whatever, profit sharing, revenue share, any kind of model, you have to be very, very diligent in the kind of commercial term you are negotiating with your earlier developer or the landowner.
Yeah, absolutely. Anuj, your thoughts, what kind of opportunities, you from your perspective, you see, from a developer perspective?
Yeah, Piyush, I think a lot of the panelists are around the attractiveness of Pune overall. And I'd bring in one more perspective. I think the state of Maharashtra is really blessed in its way to have a twin city with Mumbai and Pune at the cusp of it. And that's where I think Maharashtra really needs to take the advantage of it. The infrastructure development that we've largely spoken of is really gaining very good momentum from where I look at it. We're seeing Mumbai and Pune really in terms of its lines. The cities are coming much closer, and the Pune attractiveness index is already spoken of. I constantly see this as a business development opportunity where we see investors continue to grow in their interest and their appetite for real estate at Pune. The value proposition is out there for everyone to see. The house sizes as compared to, let's say, Mumbai, that a couple of panelists spoke of, is another aspect of attraction. We're seeing this as a holiday home destination or a second home destination for people. So I do look at business development opportunities there along the infrastructure corridor. And I think Arvindji spoke of the metro. And let me confirm this, that from news articles that we have read, and CBRE is really closely monitoring. We're seeing that 2 lines of the metro will go live by the 1st, 2nd March in Pune. Albeit this is a small sect of that entire line that's getting actioned at this moment. I think that's going to be a huge stimulus. The government has announced TOD benefits, and the whole objective of development around this TOD is to make it high density and high affordability. I think that's another opportunity which has not got momentum as yet. But in the next 5 years, we see a vision where this is the business development opportunity for the developer friends that are there out here. And we will see growth on this platform.
Yeah. Absolutely, Anuj, I think so we are kind of getting to the end, of our session, and I'll just summarize some of the key points. I think with all, we all have made, the demand overall, there's a consensus demand remains strong. The lower interest rates are there. Construction is happening. We have some element of right side of capital there's a job creation in Pune. We may possibly not see a price increase, but maybe to the extent of maybe cost increase, we may see that. Supply will be there, but kind of will be followed by the demand as well. Though, and we have seen one of the best years for Pune housing demand in last 12 months or so, and which is likely to continue. We have more better managed, better governed developers, and with all the infra developments coming in, at least the mid market and affordable is likely to do well. Luxury also with a flight to quality and more community living, that also is kind of picking up pace. Sapna, over to you, please.
Yeah, I think that was one of the most positive sentiments that we heard from all our panel members here. One of the questions that has come to us is, will 2022 be the year of tier 2 cities? Starting from you, Piyush, what do you have to say?
No, whether tier 1 or tier 2, but I think so definitely where there is affordability is where the demand is. And I think so Pune, in terms of infra developments, affordability, and the quality of developers which we have, definitely we're going to see that. And it's not only, Pune, we have seen some markets like Thane, we are seeing that in Noida to some extent, we are seeing that in, Bangalore. So I think affordability is key with infra developments, job creation in any market which will create jobs, will likely to, do well. And Pune, over a period of time, multiple industries are there, industrial logistics. So I think it's an overall comprehensive, ecosystem which possibly one creates for a tier 2 or any kind of city to, emerge in, which possibly, market like Pune will definitely, do well.
Okay.
Fantastic. And I just add to that, Sapna. So what Piyush mentioned was, essentially from a demand side, right? We have seen that tier 2 markets have been sidetracked or, considered poor cousins when it comes to availability of institutional capital. And that's where, as a Swami Fund, we are striving to make a difference. In fact, we are spread across 33 cities across India, not just in the 3, 4, 5 or 7 metro cities, but, what is referred to as tier 2 cities. And our own experience is that the funding there is, not so difficult. The quality of developers is not very different. The governance, and in some cases, lack of governance norms is the same, whether it's a larger city or a tier 2 city. So I think what will make the difference is emergence of, to some extent, we are leading the way. But, if more capital follows into tier 2 cities, that supply will be more robust and, construction will be faster, etc.
So how do you see 2022 will see more funds going into tier 2 cities?
So, like I said, we are leading the way. It was generally presumed that a real estate fund would have a presence in Bombay, Bangalore, Pune, maybe Ahmedabad, and that's Hyderabad and so on, right? We have stepped into tier 2 cities. We hope to complete about 10,000 homes every year, and a vast majority of them would be in tier 2 cities. So suddenly the viability of tier 2 cities as an investment opportunity, the pilot testing is what we are doing.
Okay,
right? And others will
quite
follow.
encouraging. That's quite encouraging. Mr. Puranik, what do you have to say? Is 2022 the year for tier 2 cities?
No, I think I agree with what both Piyush and Irfan have said. So I think one is, of course, the focus required from government and an institutional capital that has to go towards the tier 2 or the further down tier 3 cities. But I think it is not about classifying them tier 2 and tier 3. It's about what growth magnets are there. It's about what is the political will in that area, whether the political will is to bring in the infrastructure, political will is to bring in the industry or the another kind of any IT or warehousing or manufacturing or engineering or education. I think that is key driver. If you have that vision, and then accordingly the plans are there, then of course everything else follows. Because if you have that, then the capital will flow in. If you have that, the developer would flock to it. If you have that, customer would come in, and I think you will see a all-round development. I personally feel a generalizing or typecasting, okay, tier 2 is going to do well. I think we have gone past that. I think it's more about the research, it's more about the will, and then accordingly steps being taken by government. Then I think you will see good days for some of these cities.
Okay, so it's no more about classification now, it's about the growth drivers. If you have the growth drivers, if you have the ability and the right products, that is the market that is going to grow. Anuj, if you would like to add to that.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I can bring in another school of thought to what obviously our esteemed panelists have already mentioned. With work from home and most of the large ITITS sectors, going back closer to their families or back to their roots, I think certainly they have decided and realized that this is a good investment opportunity. And with surplus cash, available with them, disposable income available with them, work from home is also augmented for jobs for women and encouraged women to and empowered them to take up multifaceted roles which were earlier on restrictive. I think the cash flows have improved. And I think since the someone pointed out for a specific question on tier 2, we know the tier 1 story. And I think I agree with Mr. Puranik about we do not need to segmentize that. But at the same time, there is demand for tier 2 and we see that only growing.
Okay, so reverse migration and remote working might be those growth factors which will fuel tier 2 cities growth. Mr. Jain, your quick addition to what others have said.
Yeah, first of all, after this pandemic, real estate overall has increased the demand, the size. Yeah, either it's a tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3 city. Everywhere the size of the requirement of the housing is increased. So virtue of that, there will be a growth in tier 2 and towards tier 3 city also. Okay. And because
more value for money they can
value
get.
For money and,
yes.
And they want larger house, they want a well-developed house. So even tier 2 and tier 3 city where there's a township, not township, a large community development or gated community development is happening now.
Right.
So virtue of that, the development is coming, the growth is coming in tier 2 city.
Okay, fantastic.
And I totally agree with Mr. Puranik and Mr. Anuj ki work from home. Also in last year, first time in my life, I have seen a people cancelling a house because he bought a house in their town. So otherwise I used to say, okay, he bought my competitor, but this time he said, sorry boss, I bought in my hometown a bungalow, then I'm buying an apartment in your house, in your project. So that's one more reason, as Anuj referred earlier. And obviously the growth will come, the large growth will come only by the political and IT development or any kind of catchment or any kind of pull factor is there, then only the growth will come.
That's right.
Particular
the pull
city
factor has to be there. Mr. Kapoor, your closing remarks,
I think everyone has spoken out, and I think I'll just add to it, like reverse migrations, work from home has triggered the growth. And in fact, last 4 or 5 years, we have seen that the tier 2 cities' contribution to overall nation's primary sales has been increasing. So it used to be, we cover 60 cities. Top 8 cities used to contribute close to 80%. They have turned out to be around 70%, while the total overall pie also has increased. So that means the tier 2 cities has really grown over a period of time. And with the government focus, Gati Shakti, program, infrastructure development, warehousing facilities, the new economic expansions is going to be a big enabler. But apart from that, I see the RERA is a very, very big enabler for credit expansions to the smaller cities. Very likely, we work closely with most of the lenders, and I'm seeing that they started reaching out to us to identify the developers to whom they can extend the credit and who are situated in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So the way that Irfan has said that, they have extended the support to 30 cities, and so as the many other lender has started looking forward for their own credit expansion, because the fixed geographies like 5-6 geography, which used to be a major geography, has really reached to a sense of highly competitive and saturated. So I'm saying that from all the directions, it's suggesting that the tier 2 cities will continue to be growing from here.
Okay, fantastic. So the data speaks for itself. Thanks, Piyush, for that entire summary of the discussion that you gave at the end. It encapsulates the entire discussion that we had. Thank you to all our speakers, Mr. Pankaj Kapoor, Mr. Arvind Jain, Mr. Anuj Dhodi, and Mr. Shailesh Puranikar and Irfan Kazi for being here, sharing your expert views with us, and Mr. Gupta for bringing out those views from our speakers. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
That was one very interesting panel. We had a lot of positivity coming from our speakers on the growth, especially of the Pune city, and how it is, vibrant, how it is growing. Our next session is equally interesting. Let me tell you, everyone. Here we talk about building defining strategies, Pune's realty sales outlook. So how the sales are changing in the city of Pune. Let me welcome our moderator of the session, Mr. Praveen Apte, Managing Director, Pune Savills Property Services India Private Limited. A real estate professional with 22 years of experience, Praveen comes with an in-depth knowledge of handling a diverse portfolio of assignments. These include leasing of office and IT spaces, designing and implementing sales strategies, advisory services, land and manufacturing space acquisition, structuring joint ventures, divestment assignments, FDI partnerships, crafting multi-location expansion strategies, to name a few. Mr. Apte, a very warm welcome to you. Let me now welcome our speakers of the session. Introducing in an alphabetical order, let me introduce Mr. Mohit Goel, Joint Managing Director, Goel Properties. Mohit Goel is an experienced professional with a demonstrated history of working in the construction industry, skilled in negotiation, business planning, sales, market research, and management, strong business development professional. He is an MSc in management with focus in marketing from Cass Business School, London. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Mudra Vedikar, co-founder, CEO, Estate Mint, with an engineering degree in computer science and MSc in advanced computer science and IT management from the esteemed University of Manchester. Mudra's zest for bridging technology and services for end consumer formed the core idea that laid foundation for the inception of Estate Mint. Mr. Nitin Gupta, President, Sales, Marketing, and CRM Head, Mantra Properties and Developers, is our next eminent panel member. Mr. Gupta is a dynamic, goal-focused and versatile professional with over 16 years of experience in marketing and sales and distribution management of financial products and real estate. He is adept in managing overall profitability of operations and has expertise in developing and managing retail and institutional channels in order to derive the required market share, revenue, and profit. Our next panel member, let me introduce Mr. Pushpamitra Das, founder Justo, with over 3 decades of experience across diversified industries with large Indian corporate at senior leadership positions. Pushpamitra has helmed and converted numerous budding ideas into successful companies. He has been a part of leading organizations like Piramal Group, SR Group, Vadwan Retail, Wadia Group, and Rustamji, amongst others. Our next and final member, I introduce Mr. Rahul Goyal, co-founder, Realit Ventures LLP. Mr. Rahul Goyal co-founded Realit in 2017, one of the leading real estate digital marketing agencies in India, which has helped more than 100 top real estate brands achieve digital expansion goals. Previously, he held a leadership role in successful startup Realty Redefined, acquired by Quicker. With a background in engineering, Rahul has over 10 years of substantial experience in full-scale digital marketing services. So this is our eminent panel talking about the sales strategies for Pune. Mr. Apte, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. And at the outset, let me welcome all the speakers on this panel discussion. Look, last 2 years, we have seen a lot of adversity. We have witnessed challenging environments. But at the same time, what we have also seen is the unlocking of the potential buyers. This, I must say, was coupled with innovative ideas that came through from developers, not only in their sales strategies, but in the entire product mix itself. Now, without getting into more of details of what has happened in the last year, this discussion is all about what we have to do next. So let me quickly jump into the context of this entire discussion. And, just to have a very organized kind of discussion, what I'll do is I'll just call out a speaker and ask a few questions, and we can then dwell upon their views, which would be the most valuable session. So, jumping straight into it, Mohit, welcome on the show. How are you doing?
Very good. How are you?
All super, Mohit. So tell me, while we are discussing about this particular change in the sentiment of the buyers, have you seen a change in the profile of a typical home buyer? And sorry, before you start this entire discussion, I'm keeping it sector agnostic. So it could be commercial, it could be residential.
Okay.
So we'll have an overall reality view.
Perfect, super. So our focus is typically in the residential segment. So I could probably speak more, with RD on that. Definitely, there is a change in the profile of the buyer. We are seeing more and more younger people who are now opting to buy apartments. Pune has actually been a magnet for migration of population towards the city. We have IT industry, BFSI, auto, education. All of these industries are, providing a lot of flux of people from the smaller towns to our city. So as newer and newer population is getting added into the city, hence the profile or the age of the buyer also who's coming to the city has reduced of the home buyer in general. The change also that I can see is that because the information is available out there and it's like a tsunami of information. So the buyers today are very much educated already before coming to visit to a site. So it is not more so for an inquiry perspective that they are coming to a project, but they are probably visiting us to evaluate and compare us with the other peers who they feel can be a right choice for them. So hence I feel that this is the major shift in the profile of the buyer, that it's like I would say that rather than profile, it's the mindset of the buyer and the consumer behavior that has changed in the last couple of years that we can see.
Okay, so when you said that, you also mentioned about buyers being more younger. So
yeah,
are you seeing that buying a home is dawning over the young and restless more than just renting a home?
So I wouldn't call them restless per se. I mean, these guys are so well informed, and they are very clear of what they want out of an option that they have. So they know what kind of space they want. They know which vicinity they want to stay in. They're very, very well informed and aware of the financials that they possess. And in fact, because of the pandemic and people being working from home, what we have seen is that they have been able to save in on a lot of there has been a lot of saving in general, so that has helped them again to opt for owning at home rather than renting at home. So yes, so these guys, I would call them restless, but I would call them more aware of what they want, very clear in their thought process.
Sure, that's fantastic, because home buyers have to be educated, and we've been striving for that in the last few decades. That it's not about just the money that you pay for a home, but the entire experience that you get along with.
Yes, absolutely.
On that particular point, I understand that 1.5, 2 years is a very short time in a project life cycle of any development.
Yeah.
But while we're talking about newer developments coming in, how have the developers or you in general adjusted to this change or the evolving kind of change in the market sentiments or the target audience as such?
So, we have no option but to evolve. If we don't evolve, we'll perish as a developer.
Right.
So what we are doing, I mean, I cannot vouch for other people, but at World Properties, what we are doing is we are actually listening to our buyers. We are doing a lot of talking and research from what the needs are. We are keeping them as the center of a strategy and also in the center of a design perspective. So keeping in mind what kind of a budget would be more suitable. So just some numbers that I was reading a research report recently. In Pune in 2021, we sold about 80,000 units, give or take, and this actually is at par with the pre-COVID level. In 2019, we had about 79,000 units sold. In 2021, we have about 20,000. So we are at par with this. Also, what we are seeing is that the maximum unit sales, say about 65 to 70% of the units sold are under 70 lakhs. So this is like the bracket where Pune typically revolves around. Average price of an apartment in Pune is about 50-55 lakh rupees. I would see that is what we have seen. So we are designing products keeping in mind that this we are not crossing a certain threshold, so that we understand what they want, how much they can spend. Even the amenities and facilities that we provide in a project should be not just for aesthetic purpose, but also keeping in mind the long-term use and how much a buyer can afford to maintain it in the longer run. So that is also one thing that we keep in mind. Another important thing that we are seeing a change of perspective, thought process on the buyer is that because they've been working from home, so a defined space as a co-working within the premises of a project is another need that has come up in the last post this pandemic period. And with the evolution of electric vehicle now, even that has become a mandatory provision that we need to provide in a project, because as the future is unfolding, so we have to be the infrastructure in the project has to be readily accepting this changing dynamics. So yes, so keeping all of this in mind, we ensure that there is some flexibility in our design and there is flexibility in things that can be which can be adopted in future. So yes, this is the way how we are trying to evolve in the design of the project and keeping in mind the changing trend and the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very valid point, Mohit. Like you said, that one note that you made, that you have to evolve, otherwise you'll perish. That's become the buzzword now, no doubt about that. But at the same time, you also mentioned that requirements that come through from a buyer have to be catered to, like the electronic charging points. Okay.
Yes.
I'm completely agreeing with you that it has to become the buzzword going further. On that point, while we're talking about strategies, I would like to ask this question to Nitin Gupta, who's also the president of sales. And as far as sales strategies are concerned, I'm sure he'll come up with his own anecdotes. What are the kind of new sales strategies or, approaches or patterns that you've seen, whether it's commercial or whether it's residential? Like I said, we are going to be sector agnostic here. Are you seeing going away from the traditional ways of selling, reinventing the kind of touch points that are created for customer satisfaction?
See, I think it's very important to point out here that real estate is no more a brick or mortar business. It's more about not about selling a flat. It's about owning a customer. So and the journey just begun from there. It's about a service. The customer engagement starts from the pre-sales and continues not just post-sales, but once the home buyer buys a project with the developer, he becomes a lifelong customer and your brand ambassador. From that point of view, as a mantra, we think so. So hence, once a customer comes into a company, it's a lifelong relationship. Now, there are 2 points to your question. One is about the approaches and about the strategies. So there has to be different sales strategies and go-to-market strategies from the sales point of view. But as far as from the industry point of view, if I look at, there are new approaches and industries changing very, very fast. So and sales is becoming that much more competitive with the supply coming in, with the kind of product innovation coming in, and with the kind of lot of things have been changing. Still, if you compare real estate industry with the other developed industry, like say real estate is again an asset class. So if I have to compare myself with another asset class like equity, like gold or various other things, so another thing which I feel still we are far behind in terms of use of technology. Say for example, today DMAT still does not exist in real estate. So that is the another very big approach which has to come into real estate going ahead. Now, another important point which I want to highlight from the industry point of view is you have to have a threshold money, say at least 25 lakh or 30 lakh rupees or 50 lakh rupees to start your investment in real estate. So still being with 100 years of steady returns, the real estate as an asset class which is giving, still a lot of people could not afford having a willingness to divert their money from equity market or a debt market or from a bullion market, or even people are getting into cryptocurrency in a fractional way. But still that availability of fractional ownership is another big approach which real estate industry can take going ahead. And someone has to lead that way, and that kind of changes I can foresee coming in very near future, in next 2-3 years time. So, and then again, yes, if you are talking about, your question is about the sales strategy or traditional way or the new way, I think everything coexists. In a family, even an elder senior citizen is also important, and a young, vibrant kid is also important. So when I talking about the traditional, it brings lot of learnings, it brings lot of experience. But yes, certainly earlier traditional strategy, if it was about print, you giving a print ad or putting couple of hoardings and customers was coming in, buying a real estate, and you give a price sheet and say, boss, this is what it is, this is the floor plan, and this is the price sheet, and this is the form. You take it or you leave it. Certainly it's not there. We have, as I spoke about the service, digital has come up a very, very long way. So additionally, we have to source digitally. There are, all the developers has to invest a lot into the technology front, and lot many other things as a digital platform. So developers are turning towards technology to reap benefits of the digital and the virtual engagement. Say for example, with Mantra in 2022, we did a launch at the time of lockdown and sold 2 towers. So how we did that? We created a complete digital platform with virtual tours, giving customers, and creating the flip book virtually, engaging customers, and customers have that much more time. So we are moving to a digital marketing strategy, cloud-based application, and all the more data security and more. Payment gateways are all online. You don't have to rely on the cash or a check. So immediately the payment gateways are playing an important role in transacting. So many such solutions has gained attention due to rising customer preference towards digital. Investing in digital tools will help developer, and various other factors will bring in more customers to the fore. And yes, we are using, and as a developer, I think as a sales strategy, we have to touch base customers on all the platforms and gaining his mind share. And competition, we have to be present, and visibility has to be there more than our competition.
Agree. On the same point, what you also mentioned about right now during what you spoke about is basically customer satisfaction has become an utmost priority. How are the customers going to be satisfied? How are we going to enhance the entire experience of a customer delight? Okay, now, while we speak from the customer standpoint that he has to be delighted in this entire experience, right from inquiring about the property till buying it, registering it, seeing the construction go through, and moving into an apartment. Okay, as a developer, okay, how do you maintain the equilibrium between And this is a very tricky question as well, that having customer satisfaction at its utmost thing, at the same time, maintaining your sales velocities as well. Because a project in any
It's a very
dynamic...
interesting question. But I think, see, there is nothing which can be done at the cost of customer satisfaction. And I always say this, that a pandemic has done worse to us, but has given us some good lessons also. So the drought in inquiries during the pandemic gave us a lessons to, to understand the value of a lead and inquiry. A customer generally actually begins from there. The first call you get on your call center. So we believe that if the customer delight and satisfaction is taken care of, it will eventually convert into a long-term customer sales. It's just not about the first transaction or that buying that apartment. Again, I repeat that. As a developer, you have to spend a good amount of energy, time, bandwidth, resources towards customer delight and satisfaction. So, but I think once that is set, it is really definitely converts into a long-term sales, not just with the customer, but with the customer influence circle as well. So at Mantra, we have a seamless sales process, starting from the lead gen to lead servicing, to then getting the right experience at the site, deploying the product to the customer, solving all his objections, bringing it to the closers, doing the documentations, taking care of the entire experience, and then getting into a registration and onboarding a customer's timely update on the development of his projects and dream apartment, what he has bought with us. And of course, till possession, we hand over the key and beyond that. Okay. So obviously there is a lot of interest in market. If you need to capture in the customer, the cut, all this process, the entire journey has to be important. The cut will be created with the customer delight and satisfaction. If the customer is aware of the customer-centric approach, the developer takes all the innovations in the customer-centric approach. So that much more trust with customer will have with the brand. And if you see all our new launches, whether we did in Miraki at Akurdi or Mirari in Upper Koregaon Park, we give a very different level of customer experience, and we ensure that customers is being taken care of from that first call till the possession.
Yeah, so yeah, there's been a lot of innovation in this aspect as well. Like, you and Mohit were also mentioning earlier that there was a time in the real estate industry where take it or leave it was an approach, but that has obviously evolved, and a customer has got much more attention over the last few years, and especially during the pandemic, where his ideas, his views have been given a lot of thought and a lot of consideration as well. Now, while on that topic, while we're talking about a life cycle of a project, do you think, this is more construction related, but do you think that getting more ideas in construction like precast or steel structures is going to help? And do you see a future in those kind of construction equipments or construction methodologies? Would they increase the timeline or crunch the timeline of the construction time cycle?
From what we are seeing in the industry, all the advancement in the technology of construction definitely reduces the construction time and make the construction process more effective. A fast-paced construction assures customers of speedy progress and provides them a belief that the things in a fast progression, it has a positive impact and reduce the sales time also. These actions themselves speaks for the builder's authenticity, and the customers have faith that the projects will be delivered on time, which is another very, very big thing, which ultimately builds better goodwill for the developer, leading it to easy sales. Therefore, it is certain that precast building components will not only reduce the construction time, but also creates a faithful mindset in the mind of customers, leading towards enhanced sales. As far as construction development is concerned, it is very much required to keep moving towards the better technology and maintaining the quality of construction as well. Just to get a faster construction does not mean that you can start compromising on the quality. And anytime the mindset is that developer delays, it's never the developer delays. Developer also benefits out of a faster construction. Is the process, lot of clearances are required, lot of quality checks are required at the time, and lot of clearances are required before we start construction and during the construction also. So as far as again the construction development is concerned, it is very much required to keep moving towards the better technology all the time. Hence, to conclude, precast structure will help in reducing the sales effort, leading it to easy sales and enhancing the sales cycle. And we all have to move towards a new technology, new advances in construction, at the same time maintaining the durability, what I was talking about again.
Absolutely.
So we do not want to be hasty to finish the constructions, but also maintain the quality and obviously adapting to the better technology all the time and ensuring we are maintaining the quality. And certainly it will have a more faith of the customers in us, and also we will be giving the timely delivery.
Yeah, good point, Nitin. I mean, one point that definitely came out is very confidently you said that it's not the developers because of which the delayed construction is caused. It's the
Mohit will agree with me on this.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I would just like to add on to this point as well. When you're talking about the changing profile of the customer or the need of the customer, so most customer post the pandemic, they are also wanting to move into ready to move in apartments or early possession apartments. So, by use of technology, which Nitin rightly addressed, this is going to be a key change maker in the times to come.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, while maintaining quality, while maintaining the entire durability, speed of construction would also be something that would be looked at going in the future.
If I may be allowed to add, Praveen.
Absolutely, sir.
The way the construction costs are going up, and in recent past, it has gone up by almost about 400 to 500 rupees in the city of Pune, or maybe more in case of a few projects. It is almost about 15 to 20% increase in the cost. Yes. Of the overall cost of construction. If we do not speeden up the construction, where we are in a situation where the prices are not going to rise, it's a double whammy for the developer.
Very good point, sir.
Without taking names, I can tell you a lot of projects are there in Pune which were sold at a very, very good price for the customer, where they're facing a lot of heat today in terms of being able to complete the project on time because of the increase in construction cost.
Very good point.
Yes.
The faster you develop, the faster you get the money from the customer. So
the game is
timeline is met.
Yeah, the game is changing. You have to accelerate. You have to speeden up your entire work.
You also actually need to find a fine balance between how much to sell and at what velocity. Because this has been a daunting task for developers now of late, in the last 1.5 to 2 years from the time we are seeing this price rise. So, like correctly mentioned, that this increase in price is really hitting on to a lot of developers who have achieved faster sales as compared to construction progress.
That's why we say real estate is a cash flow business.
Absolutely.
I think
it's a cash flow business.
It's real estate purely
and more so, see, last 4 or 5 years, customer was stuck with the mindset that prices to kahin jaane wala nahi. Prices are going to stay here. Now we have started seeing prices moving up very, very fast. So the customers who have bought 3 months back or 6 months back are seeing a good returns on investment, which is also very important. So we have to get back into that cycle of, price hike is not a bad thing. Price hike is actually a good thing, which gives that much more confidence to the investors also.
And also, without knowing, a lot of customers, they don't do the counting and accounting properly. The interest which is borne by the customer during the construction period, it ranges not less than 12% to 20%, depending on the speed of construction, which is a very, very important aspect. Even if you consider the home loan cost at about 7%, an average time taken of about 3 years, out of which most of the monies are collected in 2 years' time on a weighted average basis. The customer is paying for 14% cost. Customer is paying. So the sooner we complete the project, customer pays lesser. The cost to customer also is lesser, much lesser. So, that's why I say the speed of construction is not only good for the developer, but also it is good for the customer. It's a win-win.
Absolutely. So, technology can actually create a very good equilibrium of customer delight, sales velocities, and maintaining timelines and saving costs as well.
I agree.
Yeah. Moving on, we've seen a lot of innovations. We've seen a lot of new types of businesses coming in. Mudra, one question that I would like to ask you is on the co-living concept. Again, we have seen that co-living as a concept, though it's fairly new in India, but it's seen a lot of traction over the last few years. And we have seen commitments made by the operators. We have seen a lot of growth from these segments. Now, going forward, while we are talking about enhancing the sales experience, Mudra, do you feel that the co-living sector would also grow and people might want to just rent a space which is easy to live in? And how do you see this entire industry going forward?
Honestly, Praveen, what we have seen in Pune as a city, we get a lot of migrant population. Like we've heard in the last panel, also this discussion has been going on in this panel as well, that Pune gets a lot of migrant population due to our IT industry and numerous industries like Mohit mentioned previously. I feel co-living spaces are something that we can definitely that people are definitely looking for. But having said that, I feel there is still a lot of there are a lot of developments that the people, I mean the players in co-living should have. So I think there are convenience of usage of co-living facilities or digital services for probably ordering grocery or probably cleaning their room, or so many day-to-day activities. The way services are going to be dealt with and the ease of use of such spaces are going to probably determine whether a player or whether a person is going to probably succeed in this factor or not. Also, having said that, I feel that a person who is probably a co-living user is ideally a person who is single working person. So I've realized that Pune as a city has a lot of single working professionals, and not a lot of them have time, since probably it's their first job or they're migrants. They don't have a lot of time on their hand. So people probably will move into a renting format. But of course, I think the Gen Z that we call the buyers today, they are so used to having facilities that are easy or easy to use or something that is quick on their hands. This is all going to probably determine the success. Also, Praveen, I caught you saying whether it's going to compete, whether everybody is going to move the rental way. At this point of time, I think the co-living format, rentals are not quite cheap yet in the co-living format. So it still competes with the rental format till date. So I think with additional services facilities, how digitization, like Nitin was correctly saying, that automation, and there are a lot of new formats that the providers will have to compete with in place of traditional rentals as well. So I haven't seen that happening yet. They are still a space where they are sort of renting with utilities, with a lot of services, but an edge has to be still acquired for people to change their perception.
Agree. So you mean to say this is still an evolving concept, and the evolution of this concept will be seen only once we see a few of them operational over a period of time? How the people who are renting spaces with co-living, their experience would also matter for this concept to evolve further.
Of course, of course. So I think it's operational in a fewer cities, but it's still on a format where people are single professionals who are working there or traveling for a few months and staying in one city. It's quite an evolving field in India as of now that I see. Of course, in many other countries, I have seen this pattern work quite well. But you have to also understand India predominantly is a place where asset building is considered as buying a home is an asset building for any individual who comes from the home buying category. So both are going to be here to stay, but of course I see the newer generation moving there after probably a few years.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Like to add to that point, like what Mudra mentioned, co-living could be a good precursor before asset building. Like, once a person, since we all have established this fact that Pune is a city based on migrated population, so it gives a wonderful opportunity to these incoming people, like, to experience the city, see how they can settle in within the environment of the city, and then take this bigger move of owning an asset and creating a life in the city as they progress in their working career as well. So, in fact, evolution of co-living is going to be much healthy for the overall spectrum of the real estate sector, I think.
Absolutely, Mohit. I completely agree with you because buying a home is a big commitment when it comes to financial commitment as well. So I absolutely agree with you that it's good to test the waters for any buyer who's wanting to buy a home to, experience the city before they buy anything.
Absolutely. That's a good point that Mohit made also, that, they can actually test the waters, see how it's going. And Mudra, I agree with you when you say that making a commitment is a big thing, irrespective of the pricing today. But yeah, they can actually test a location, test an area, and then get into making a big commitment. Okay, completely agree with you. While we are talking about that, infrastructure development is also something that has been spoken on a lot of panels, and I don't want to make this topic very boring, but quickly, is the metro network, basically in Pune, we are seeing the biggest infra development right now that is happening, because besides the road network and other things, is the metro network. How do you think this will uplift the reality sectors where the metro is going to connect and public transport, so to say, would be improved?
Honestly, we should have had a metro network years back, but of course, this is our time to get it in this city. Any mode of transport which is public generally facilitates a lot of residents being able to travel better to the rest of the part of the city. If you see Pune's metro network, I've been reading a few statistics about how it's going to be. I've seen they have carefully planned it, which it's going to pass through all prominent residential and commercial location. And I think this has been planned because if you check statistics, every person who commutes in Pune generally takes over 100 minutes of time in commuting through the day. So this time, I think the metro aims to bring down this time by 75%, which is going to be a lot of time saving for a person who is traveling for work, for any other purpose. Apart from that, because of metros being introduced, we will see a lot of spaces probably which are, you will say, the peripheries of our city which will develop. You will also see a lot of citizens that will settle near the metro connectivity. So in the last previous panel, I was hearing some, like you said, a lot, this has been spoken through a lot of panels. So I've seen a lot of people, I will see a lot of developers, getting into developments which are closer to the metro stations. Also, probably there will be rapid development in the suburbs of Pune. So probably Pune is, as a city will grow, there will be a situation like a bigger city where we will have more suburbs. There will be rapid development in the outskirts of the city where the metro will reach. And of course, this will also lead in increase in commerce. So I feel that there will be more commerce, there will be more people who will want to commute to farther spaces. And of course, the density around the metro stations and where the periphery of the metro is will definitely increase. So for real estate and for, I think, general commute for everyone, it's a boon for the city right now.
Absolutely. And it's about time that we have it. And let's hope that June, July is the first sector that would be active. We're all looking forward to that. While we are on this subject, I'll quickly switch the subject a little bit and get back to hardcore real estate. Now, real estate typically has been an industry where touch and feel has been the most critical aspect of deciding whether you need to buy or invest in a particular asset. Now, Rahul, this is a question directly directed to you. Tech platforms and technology and, virtual kind of inspections that are conducted these days, and we've done a lot of those in the commercial segment as well. How do you see these tech platforms integrating and buyers moving away from a touch and feel scenario to actually getting all their inspections and all their work done through a tech platform?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. So honestly, this has been a really trending stuff in real estate. This has helped the real estate industry really well in the COVID period. When people were actually not able to travel and they were not able to explore more options. This switch to technology solutions really helped buyers continue looking for their preferred home. Still, a lot of developers are not banking on these solutions, but this is a need of the hour. I mean, this has really shown us that buyers start engaging more with your brand, showing them a virtual walkthrough makes them understand what exactly is the project about. People are able to relate to the brand and the project more. There has been a really good level of engagement that we have started seeing. Our conversion rates from our digital campaigns have scaled up, and is really amplifying the overall campaign. I mean, you get a lot of response when you are able to deliver what people are actually looking for.
Right. And this is a question that you and Mr. Das can answer as well, because this is more related to strategy in selling. What we have seen is that having internal sales agencies, the role of internal sales agencies with developers is kind of diminishing, and it's moving more towards tech platforms, as well as engaging with channel partners. Okay, we also saw a couple of projects where the internal sales agencies were not even required. The channel partners actually came in and sold the entire project. So do you see this role of technology coupled with channel partner engagement increasing over the next few years of time? And since this is a strategy related as well as a technology thing, Mr. Das can definitely share his inputs on this.
Yeah. Rahul, you want to speak about it?
You can take it, sir.
So Pune has always been a market of soul selling companies or soul selling agents, or you call a little glorified CPs. Pune has always been that. And of late, they have definitely enhanced their inroads to a lot of developers. In fact, today, they are the real influencers in the decision-making process as far as the customer is concerned. If you look at the quality of the CPs also, they are also hiring a lot of MBAs. Instead of one man driving the CP network, there are teams starting from 2 people going as high as 40, 50, 80, 100 people as well. So a lot of big developers, I mean, be it Pride, be it Mantra, or be it VTP, Godrej, Shapurjis of the world, they've been doing a lot of pre-launches through the CP networks. And CPs who were traditionally contributing almost about 30 to 40% of sales have already started contributing more than 70, 80% of the overall sales now. So that is a major shift that has happened. But if you ask me, are the CPs going to close entirely by themselves? I think my answer is no. CP continues to be primarily a firm which will focus on sourcing and the walk-ins. And developers have to have their own teams, or they have to hire mandate companies or people who have the kind of expert knowledge to who can draw up the go-to-market plan, activate the CP channel, activate the digital channel, activate the BTL channel, activate the other channels that are required. So ensuring that the overall sales closures are done efficiently. So I personally feel that having just CPs to close the deals of the developers, I mean, it may work out for a few projects where the location is brilliant, the price is brilliant, and but in the long run, I don't think that is going to work out. What is actually going to work out is a very robust closer team. which is required by the developers. A few of the mandate companies, or for example, large developers who have their own knowledgeable guys, experienced guys, professionals who are doing the excellent closers, they are the people who really close the deals. So, and coming back to, you said, Ray, sometime back, touch and feel.
Yeah.
Other than a big brand, every lady wants to see the house first, see the plan, and where my kitchen is, where my bedroom is. They have to come to the site, they have to experience it. They only then they buy. So that is my experience. I leave it to Rahul.
So I completely agree with that. That the journey doesn't end unless they visit the actual site.
With all respect to Rahul and technology, I feel matrimony and real estate are the two business which are always research online, but marriage will happen only offline.
And
So
this has been
closure
the
will
case.
always happen offline.
And still, it's honestly still been the case. There has been a shift towards it. People are choosing to make a token booking online. They are ready to allow you to block an inventory, but ultimately they will definitely see the project. This is still there. This journey has not been completely moved on. But that the shift is happening. People are moving towards technology solutions. They want to save time. They want to check things before they visit the site, and which technology solutions are really easily offering that. And developers are also adopting it. So it's helping both consumers and developers to create a good relation between the brand and the consumers. People are leveraging this, and real estate definitely has a long way to continue doing this. This has just been started a couple of years back. I think there is a lot of new things that is coming in. We will add more technology solutions. Recently, a lot of top builders have started doing drip marketing, more marketing automation, which is really helping to nurture their current leads. So there are a lot of innovation which is there in the industry, and brands are ready to take up, which is a very good sign. This will always help both the side of the business, even the consumers and the brand.
Right. So, is it safe to say that while physical channel partners who hire their own employees and are actually out in the market conducting inspections, showing properties to buyers, PropTech and technology-driven platforms are also ensuring that this stage of kind of shortlisting an apartment and going as long as booking a space or booking an apartment can be done online, while they will still have to go to the physical site, see the place, and then continue to a registration or take the booking further.
Right. As we discussed, the journey will be reduced. It might also open up a big funnel of people who are looking for a property, which are not active buyers, but a passive buyer can also get into that funnel. So technology solution will actually open up that reach for the developers. Also, there is a lot of things that developers can do with the technology solutions which are already available. For example, I would not say CRM is something new. CRM is already there in the industry. Now, the next big thing that can come up is, how well are you utilizing that data which you have in your systems? Now, that's a big gap. People are accessing. What developers assume is that I have implemented CRM, I'm probably on the par with the technology needs. But that is actually not what you're using the CRM for. You need to use the CRM for developing insights, taking out meaningful information which you can then translate into marketing segments, even communications. So which has been happening in other industries. Real estate is somewhere not utilizing the data that they have in hand. This is something also we see as a digital team that would also bring a lot of value to the brand.
Yeah, so enhancing the data that you already have and using it properly is something that a PropTech or a...
Reassessing the data that you have, the way you were actually looking at the data. Now, I think post-COVID, you need to reassess that. It's not been the same way that used to happen 2 or 3 years back. You definitely have to relook and find new strategies.
So just to
sorry, go ahead, Mohit.
Go ahead.
So just to add to Rahul's point, like it's very interesting how this information is being provided to the customers nowadays. Like there are so many avenues through which information is given. So it just reiterates the initial discussion that I had, or the mention that I had, that there is dearth of information available to customers today. So even when they are coming to a project, they are very well aware of what is there, what is not there, and their evaluation process just becomes the use of technology helps them evaluate better. And that is and another interesting point that he made was to make sense of the data that you have. So and very rightly, if the CRM is not utilized to the fullest, and it is not just about call management or lead management, but it should be about what, as a developer or a marketing person, you can make sense of the data and build up efficiencies in your communication with the customer, and maybe use it to enhance the customer delight.
So it all goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think.
Online. Sorry, I interrupted, Mudra.
Sorry, I wanted to add a little to what Rahul was saying. So I completely agree with Rahul with how data has been not, I mean, a lot of developers don't use the data, though they collect the data and process it into something that is information. Just having data and having avenues, like Mohit correctly said, that a lot of customers have too much information as of now. How to channelize the information is something that is very important, which the marketing channels and PropTech does today. Also, I feel as a developer or as a person who is wanting to sell products or projects, it is very important for them to create this bond with the consumer, because the consumer probably doesn't buy once. The consumer can buy a few number of times in the entire cycle of his life, So data is something that becomes very important, and marketing techniques or PropTech techniques to keep them engaged through years is something that we will probably look at in the further years.
Sure. While all of us, I completely understand that technology is something that is going to be the buzzword over the next, at least in the next 5 to 10 years, and further as well. But while, again, I'll get back to conceptualization of a project, and Mr. Das, again, your inputs would be the most critical. While we're looking at apartments which fit a particular budget, which fit particular demand drivers that a client has or a buyer has, are we seeing wellness components that developers are actually including in their projects? Like, for example, for offices, it's more to deal with the experience that a person gets, the building services. But in residential, there would be a lot of softer aspects that a developer has to account for. So what are these kind of softer aspects that they would account for? And going forward, do we see these coming and taking forefront?
See, home buying is now no more buying a dwelling unit anymore.
Yes.
First and foremost.
Great point, sir.
As you enter from Mumbai to Pune, on the both sides of the roads, you see a lot of hoardings. And only people talk about lifestyle.
Yes.
People talk about wellness. People talk about underwater apartments. People talk about deck is no more your deck. Deck is your garden. People talk about live life king size. People no more really talk about a dwelling unit. And rightfully so, what has happened is pandemic made us realize that the most important asset for us is home. And the focus the people had on wellness post-pandemic has increased significantly. And people are wanting to move to homes that are community living. People are wanting to move to homes that have got amenities, where they can stay in the community and yet be entertained. Yes, yet we have a proper wellness zone, though be it a gym or be it something where the father gets something to do with the kids, spending time for bonding, or maybe a place where Zumba classes can happen, maybe where yogas can happen, where can a very good gym be, where you can, there is an element of sport, there is an element of exercise, there is an element of wellness, which is getting developed of late. And it is definitely going to drive sales. People are no more wanting to stay in just dwelling units. People want lifestyle. People want wellness, and it is getting attached. It is not only just the residential apartments. If you look at a few commercial establishments that are coming up today, people are ensuring that the commercial establishments have a business center, a very good gym, a, a dash of retail built into every building. And that is nothing but it's good for the mind and body both. Wellness is not just about, the body, but it's also for the mind. So there is a very, very important role that is being played today as far as wellness is concerned. There's a focus on wellness today. Every establishment that is happening, wellness is definitely at the core, I would say.
Sure. And good point that you made, and this is something that definitely would become a buzzword, is community living. Like you said, that they're not looking at buying an apartment where they can live. They're actually buying something that they can live along with, which is an extended feature of that particular place that they would live in. So yeah, community living is definitely, good point, Mr. Das. Since we are running against time, I would like to open a question which is kind of uniform and anyone can answer that. Through the pandemic, a lot of things have changed and a lot of strategies have changed. So can we pen down or can we kind of mark a few of the things that have actually changed or which are strategic learnings for us, and how these learnings can going to take us to the next level in the next 5 to 10 years? And that is where we can actually say that we have discussed and we have actually derived 1 or 2 or 5 points that we feel would be the next in reality.
So I think one key takeaway would be, post pandemic, you have seen that technology was the only way of interacting with the TG, right? So and brands were ready to reinvent themselves. So the brands who did not reinvent themselves were not ready to adapt to the needs of the changing demands. They probably were not able to survive the period. So I think you have to be open to what is the need of the hour and be ready to reinvent and re-strategize yourself. Don't stick to the old model of, I will try to win it the way I was winning it earlier. So you will have to be open to all the new things that is happening in the world, be adaptive so that you can, live and beat your competition. So that is something that I strongly believe we should be looking forward to.
Sure. So and technology would play a major part in that.
Yeah, obviously digital plays a real big role in that.
See, when the pandemic came, we all have realized, people had to rush somewhere. They didn't want to stay where they were. All the migratory people, they shifted maybe to Mumbai or to Madurai or to Madras or to Mangalore or UP on Bihar. And that place is called their home. They wanted to go back home. That's one particular thing. So it brings us to a basic thing that people realized that home comes first. Home comes first. That's the first thing that people realized. And second, pandemic also created havoc when people stayed at home. For the first time, they realized the space is not adequate. In a place like Bombay, when a husband and wife both are working and the children are also studying, both the children, and it's a 2-bedroom apartment, each child takes away one room each. And the lady maybe takes the dining table of the room, then husband maybe sits outside somewhere in one corner and works, So they realize very well that yes, space is a constraint. Yes. So post-pandemic, there has been a shift that come what may, we must invest in home. That's going to be primary. So the people who could afford bigger homes to buy, they looked out for bigger homes. People who could not afford for bigger homes, till they could afford, they started renting out and moving to bigger homes. So definitely the size of homes have impacted. Have improved. The lookout for homes for bigger size has significantly gone up. Second, where there were joint families also, where people were spending significant amount of time traveling in office and coming back home to sleep, that changed significantly. People realize we'll stay close to each other, but let us have a bigger space. Let us have 2 different dwelling units.
Right.
So those things have in fact improved the overall demand of homes, I must say. A larger space and home comes first is the primary thing that has happened in this space. And
the biggest learning which I feel from a business point of view or on a larger perspective is what we need to understand is the uncertainty is the only certain thing in this world now. Today it was pandemic. Tomorrow it can be anything else we could not thought of. Couple of years back, no one thought of what pandemic can do. We will be confined to our homes or to our societies or to our respective rooms even. If we are for a quarantine. So tomorrow you never know what kind of new uncertainty will arise. So we have to be flexible, we have to be adaptive, and we have to be ready for all this kind of volatility and certain uncertainty which will hit the business any point of time. And yes, pandemic has taught us a lot, and a lot of us has learned on a lighter note cooking skills and cleaning skills as well.
Yeah, let's not get there. Let's not get there at all. I know. One point that, about community living, and like Mr. Das also mentioned, that it has to be something they can call home. I'll give you a simple example what I experienced pre-COVID and post-COVID. Won't name the project, obviously, but the project has a golf course within that project. And I'd been there pre-COVID. And though the project was sold, the occupancy in that project was very, very low. And I recently went there for a round of golf with a friend of mine who lives there. And he tells me that not only is the occupancy around 85 to 90% there, in the last 1.5 years, they have seen something like 79 golfers learning golf and starting playing. So they actually, because of the community that they have there, they actually did not go back to their hometowns, but moved into a place that they had bought and actually utilized that place in the last 1.5 to 2 years. So yeah, community living and something that they can call home will definitely take forefront going forward, is what I feel.
Also as a developer, we need to show a lot of compassion and care towards our customer. That again, we as a developer need to evolve, and at every certain point, how we can be there for the customer and how they can help us. It has to be an exchange of healthy exchange. So I think that yes, compassion is going to be critical for developers in times to come.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Great. So, a few things that definitely come about from our discussion right now. Yes, technology is going to be something that would be, or rather would become a biggest selling tool in the future. And when we say technology, it's not only about lead generation or aggregation, but also managing and effectively utilizing the data that we have on the systems that are already existing currently. Okay. Besides that, community living, I just touched upon, compassionate approach by the developers. That's something unique, very unique way that I would love to see that happen. I've been a home buyer myself, so I can really
you start experiencing that very soon.
I think that is already there. I mean, I feel all of the developers lend some compassion towards all the home buyers. I've always seen that. I think Mohit and Nitin will agree to that.
Certainly.
Great. What's coming out of this discussion is we're talking about more softer aspects of what the realty sector needs to look at, which I don't think anyone else ever discusses. And this is fantastic because we are not talking about the kind of offers we give to the clients. We are not talking about the discounts. We are not talking about the payment schedules. We are not talking about tenant improvement allowances. But what I'm very keen, very, very happy that we are talking about the softer aspects, which, if implemented correctly, would be more long-lasting and would give benefits over the last. We are talking about 5 years, but something like compassion, something like creating an experience for a client, enhancing their delight. These are things that would take us to maybe 15, 20 years from now as well. And correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that helps in brand building as well.
Yes.
I'll have a little different angle to it. I agree with what Mohit said, compassion.
Yeah.
And look, all big decisions the people take is not from the head, but from the heart. you ask your heart. All decisions we have taken so far in our lives is the heart agrees first, then the head. Be it marriage or be it home buying. So we have realized that when it comes to home buying, the decision is made at heart than the head.
So you're right, and that's where
very big decision that we all take.
Absolutely.
So that's why softer elements are very, very important. No matter how hard the financial elements may be, but if your heart says go ahead, you will go ahead as far as the home is concerned.
Absolutely. And what everyone, I mean, Mohit, Nitin, Rahul, Mudra, all of you, and Mr. Das as well, all of you have stressed upon the point that we need to start focusing more on the softer elements as well.
Absolutely.
And offers that we give to the clients would keep coming. I mean, there will be innovation in those offers as well. So, that's a good point that has come about from this discussion. Hi, Jimmy, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi.
Sorry, I'm traveling.
Yeah.
You have to bear with me, but I'm online for you guys.
Yeah, so we had a very interesting discussion right now while we discussed how things have changed, how technology is taking the forefront, how brands are getting reinvented, how the community living and more focus on things that they can call home is taking a forefront. We've also discussed how the growth of the industry over the last couple of years has been the want for larger spaces or larger rooms or larger number of rooms, I would say. Taking care of the customers, enhancing their experience, compassion, softer angles. These are things that came about in our discussion, which would take us to the next level. And going forward, we won't be struggling for sales, but we would be enhancing the sales delight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Looking forward for this dynamic change in the real estate, and hoping that all of us see the curve go upward and get the maximum out of this.
Look, see, this is not going to be led by one or two developers. This has to be a collective effort.
Collective, yes.
As developers, as media persons, as people who are in the tech platform, and as consultants, brokers, channel partners, all of us have to collectively look at how we can enhance the entire sector as well.
Yes.
Our sector is getting an industry status finally, so let's take it to the next level.
Fantastic. I think this was one fantastic discussion where we were not talking about numbers, but we were talking about, the holistic view of the real estate, which not many people have seen that face of real estate and the developers. And one lesson that probably we can say these last 2 years have taught us is empathy in all aspects of our life. So it was a wonderful session, Mr. Praveen Apte, for bringing out that aspect from our panel members. Thank you so much bringing out that aspect and that face of real estate from our panel members and our speakers. Thank you very much for that wonderful moderation, and our speakers for being here with us, sharing with open heart their honest views and how they are doing within their domain, taking the real estate sales in a very different way forward, whether it is digitally or traditionally. Mr. Das, thank you for being here with us today. Mr. Mohit Goyal, thank you for being here and sharing your views. Mudra, always a pleasure to have you on our panel. And Rahul Goyal, thank you for being here, sharing that technology point of view for real estate, how things are going to move forward. And Nitin Gupta, thank you once again for sharing your expert views on this very interesting topic. Thank you everyone for being here, joining Realty Plus Conclave and for this discussion.
Thank you, Sapna.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Praveen.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
That was one wonderful conversation, I must say, and the right closing for our conclave. Now let's go on to the final segment of this evening. Let me now bring you a multifaceted personality, serial entrepreneur, designer, hotelier, adventurer, and real estate developer. Yes, you have guessed it right. That's Mr. Jimmy Mistry, Chairman and Managing Director, Della Group. Let me give a brief introduction of Mr. Mistry. Commencing his entrepreneurial journey right from the age of 19, he set up 6 businesses across industries. Being a first-generation serial entrepreneur, he realized how lonely and difficult the journey can be, and this gives a headway and conceptualization to Della Leaders Club. He has 3 decades of global experience, exposure, and connects across businesses like manufacturing, designing, hospitality, real estate, and counterterrorism training. Jimmy is an astute businessman combined with a strong commitment to social betterment. Mr. Mistry, a very warm welcome to you, and thanks for joining us here on this platform. I hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. It's a pleasure to be on the platform and with all of you around. Well, my views on the current scenario are quite straightforward. I've been very vocal about it. I think it's sector in Mumbai and Pune and across India is definitely on the upswing. It is an ideal time for the organized players to up their game. Times couldn't have been more better, where there is a shortage of stock and there are more buyers. Times couldn't have been more better, where you would be holding meetings in your organization not to downsize, but to make sure that you have enough stocks to supply in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, since the gestation time from acquisition of land to the approvals still remains an area of concern. How can this time period be shortened out? How can the cost of capital be more optimally utilized? Having said that, I think it's a fantastic time and opportunity on both sides of the spectrum, from the real estate, from the owner of real estate and the investors and the stakeholders, to the side of the purchasers and the buyers. It's an idealistic time. Nobody had ever imagined it during the COVID pandemic that this would be the end result for real estate. I think everybody had started downsizing left, right, and center. Everybody had started breaking their JVs instead of going into more additional JVs. Everybody had started looking to augment and the risk and the crisis there. Least realizing that the upswing and the binge buying from the point of view of buyers is going to be taking shape. It is a wonderful opportunity, like I said earlier, to up their game in the phygital world, on the digital side and on the physical side. Physical side onto delivering value-based assets. On the digital side, upping their game to be running supremacy wars within the domain, whether it's in Pune or in Bombay. How do they kind of get the maximum eyeballs onto their products in the digital world? So all in all, it's a good, exciting time. Organizations need to up their game, prepare to not just clear off their inventory right now, but prepare to line up inventory. Also prepare for the end user, and that is how the business has been moving in the last at least 5 years. It's end user centric, and the end user or the purchaser is the king. Their requirements, actual deliverance of amenities and facilities to them. Organizations and developers who actually deliver value, which can be seen, who keep their ears close to the ground, very close to their consumers and the buyers, will yield supreme results. Develop their personalities and their organizations to communicate what they really stand for. It has been my personal experience that buyers are very comfortable with developers who they believe in, whose value system and reputation kind of exceeds them. People are more confident about investing in properties with real estate companies which are personality driven, where entrepreneurs and professionals who are their prospective buyers can relate themselves to the managements of these organizations. Those deals happen more easy. value for money products is yet one more thing. There is nothing too expensive or too cheap in the Indian market. India is a very poor country filled with rich people. This remains more true today than ever before. There is no product that's too cheap or too Sorry, I believe my signal dropped. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So organizations that demonstrate agility in their management today, a very vulnerable world out there, and organizations that have got agile managements and management techniques will reign supremacy. And I think it's an exciting time to be around. You can leave behind a legacy of a lifetime if during these times you get your act together, up your game, and perform in competition a couple of notches higher than the rest of the competitors. Look for differentiating factors in your products. Design is going to play a very, very important role because design will become the differentiating factor and a criteria for selection of properties. Deep-rooted emphasis in design, quality and caliber designers is going to be one of the key takeaways across in the industry now that the industry is going to focus on. So all in all, it's a great time. If there's anything in particular you want to elaborate on, I'll be more. Sapna, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
If that else you want me to elaborate on, I think I've tried to sum it up in this short duration. My views and points on what is the real estate climate right now within Mumbai, Pune region, and what are the things that developers should be looking forward to, the do's and don'ts. I've tried to sum it up, but if anybody has any question, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Well, Mr. Thanks for that very informative and very motivating address that you gave. What are the cross learnings that you would say? You've been into various other industries. What could be the cross learnings for real estate from other segments?
Agility within real estate companies management, professionalizing the management teams, a deep-rooted focus on digital marketing, keeping your ears close to the ground, focus on design, amenities and utilities to be provided, maintaining and managing relationships with your buyers. This plays a very, very important role in high-ticket sales. I have often seen purchasers who are comfortable with the overall aura and the brand perception that the developer creates in the industry. Buyers are more comfortable to deal with them, relate to them. I've seen examples that top-line buyers give to me of Niranjan Irandani and say, okay, I've been lifelong dealing and swear by it. There's a certain amount of brand loyalty. A lot of buyers I've heard speak the same language for Boman Irani and so on and so forth. So personality-driven transactions happen. And of course, developers who are keenly delivering value to their buyers are appreciated. Brand loyalty always plays a role it's always done, but now more than ever before, especially professional organizations, agile organizations. So that's the summary that I would like to state.
Okay, so professionalism, corporate governance, and brand perception, they are becoming pretty much now on, for the customers also now they are on the high priority. And these are some of the learnings which probably we can take from other industries as well, whether it is manufacturing, how they, they brand their product, or from hospitality in terms of the servicing, because now I believe real estate is also now becoming a service industry. Yeah, so those were some very wise words from our speaker, Mr. Jimmy Mistry, who is into a lot of industries, and he has an overall view of how real estate can probably take some of the goods from various industries. So thanks, Mr. Mistry, for being here with us, sharing your views and sharing those very wise words with us, how real estate can look forward to upping its game and becoming more agile. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mistry, once again for being here with us. And thank you to all our speakers as well for making this edition of Realty Plus e-conclave so informative, interesting, and thought-provoking. And thanks to the awesome audience as well for being here with us today and sharing their queries. So do keep watching this space, as very soon we will bring to you, yes, much awaited 13th edition of Realty Plus Excellence Awards Pune that will be held on March 12th. Let me inform you all that the nominations are still on, but only till March 2nd. So we look forward to your participation. Do nominate. But till then, thanks and goodbye. And we will meet you very soon. That is on March 12th. Thank you, everyone.